Good morning. This hearing will come to order. We are continuing at the Charleston County Council Chambers in North Charleston, South Carolina. I am Jason Neubauer with the United States Coast Guard, Deputy Chief of the Office of Investigations and Analysis, Washington, D.C. I'm the Chair of the Coast Guard's Marine Board of Investigation and the presiding officer over these proceedings. The Commandant of the Coast Guard has convened this board under the authority of Title 46, United States Code, Section 6301, and Title 46 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 4, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the implosion of the Titan with the loss of 5 lives on June 18, 2023, while conducting deep-sea operations in the vicinity of the RMS Titanic wreck site. I have previously determined that OceanGate Incorporated is a party in interest to this investigation. OceanGate is represented by the law firm of Debevoise and Plimpton. As a designated party in interest, OceanGate has a statutory right to employ counsel to represent them, to cross-examine witnesses, and to have witnesses called on their behalf. I will examine all witnesses at this formal hearing under oath or affirmation, and witnesses will be subject to federal laws and penalties governing false official statements. Witnesses who are not parties in interest may be advised by their counsel concerning their rights. However, such counsel may not examine or cross-examine other witnesses or otherwise participate in these proceedings. These proceedings are open to the public and to the media. I ask for the cooperation of all persons present to minimize any disruptive influence on the proceedings in general and on the witnesses in particular. An area has been set aside for news media use during the proceedings. The media may question witnesses concerning the testimony that they have given after I release them from these proceedings. I ask that such interviews be conducted outside this courtroom. Since the date of the casualty, the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, and Coast Guard have conducted substantial evidence collection activities, and some of that previously collected evidence will be considered during these hearings. Should any person have or believe they have information not brought forward, but which might be of direct significance, that person is urged to bring that information to my attention by emailing titan@uscg.mil. The NTSB has provided a representative for this hearing. Mr. Marcel Muse, seated to my far right, is the investigator in charge for the NTSB investigation. Mr. Muse, would you like to make a statement for the record?
Good morning again. I am Marcel Muse, the NTSB's investigator in charge assigned to this accident. The NTSB has joined these proceedings to avoid duplicating facts, which will be used to determine a probable cause required by law. And we'll use that in a report which will be published later on. That report may or may not include recommendations to help prevent this kind of accident again.
Thank you, sir. We will now call our first witness of the day, Ms. Amber Bay, former OceanGate Director of Administration. Ms. Bay, I see that you have counsel present here in the courtroom. Counselor, can you identify yourself and your firm for the record?
Yes, good morning. My name is Harold Malkin, M-A-L-K-I-N. I'm with the law firm of Morgan, Lewis & Bacchius, and as you've noted, I'm here on behalf of the witness, Ms. Bay.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bay, the board's recorder, Lieutenant Steele, will now administer your oath.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you please stand and raise your right hand? A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Bay. Thank you for being here today. Lieutenant Commander Whalen is going to start with your questioning. And if you ever need to take a break during this session, just please let us know. We'll take a recess.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Bay. All of my questions will be related to your background and experience with OceanGate as an administrator and as a member of the crew aboard the support vessels while on expeditions. Before we begin, I'll ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms, and if you should use an acronym, I may stop you to have you explain to what that acronym means. Can you please tell me about your educational background and work history prior to OceanGate?
Absolutely. I graduated with a teaching degree, moved in quite quickly into a startup that a friend of mine had begun in eyewear distribution, luxury eyewear distribution, was employed there as the company grew and succeeded for 16 years, departed, and came over to OceanGate to work in an administrative role.
And when did you join OceanGate?
December 2018.
And can you describe your role at OceanGate and how they have evolved over your time with the company?
My role, I believe they advertised for an administrative manager. I came in to assist in the internal office, procurement, human resources, anything that would do with the general administrative tasks that would keep the company rolling, and continue to do that, care and keeping of people, hiring, posting jobs, letting people go if necessary, distributing emails throughout staff, negotiating healthcare contracts with our broker, negotiating our lease at the Port of Everett. All those things administratively were the things that I did.
Did that include handling business financial dealings as well?
I did have, I guess what I would say, I reviewed accounts payables, accounts receivables, updated Stockton and our other chief executives on account balances, where they were at. But we did have an accountant, and we did have a consulting CFO.
And was the accountant part of the permanent OceanGate employee? Or is it-
Yes.
And what was their name?
Christopher Danford.
Can you provide me an overview of the company structure as you saw it from when you began in 2018 and how it evolved to 2023?
I will try. At the time when I began, we had chief executive officer, we had chief operational officer, we had a consulting CFO, we also had a VP of marketing, sales, and outreach. It was a large-ish company for a startup, about, I would say, 30 people. And company was divided between operations, and there was a director of operations, engineering, and then obviously all the forward-facing people that I spoke of earlier in marketing.
And in 2023, how many employees were with the company?
14, possibly 15.
What other companies or organizations were affiliated with OceanGate, Inc.?
As far as a direct affiliation, I couldn't distinctly say. I know we did work with Janicki, obviously, on the whole build. There was a meeting with NASA and a relationship somewhat built there, and that was, I believe, prior to COVID. I had heard that Boeing was involved in some consultancy work years prior to my employment.
With regards to other OceanGate named organizations, such as OceanGate Expeditions and or OceanGate Foundation, did you have any duties related to them?
I did not have any specific duties in relation to either any of those organizations. Their money was brought in from our mission specialist to the OceanGate Expeditions account, and I would consult that there was, deposits had been made. And then transfer, once expedition had happened, I would be the one who would request the transfer from Stockton, and he would do final okay whether it was okay for that money to go over into OceanGate Inc. to fund the expedition.
So Stockton was responsible for, to your knowledge, Stockton was responsible for transferring the money from OceanGate Expeditions
Absolutely,
to OceanGate Inc.?
absolutely.
And you said that it funded the expeditions. Did it
Yes.
also fund domestic operations?
Not to my knowledge.
What was the primary mission of OceanGate Expeditions?
Primary mission of OceanGate Expeditions, in the beginning, it was explained to me that OceanGate Expeditions was to bring a mission specialist to partner with private citizens to offer them the opportunity to explore the world's deep oceans. And that was what I knew of it. That housed the forward-facing part of the company's operations. OceanGate Inc. was engineering and operations.
Did you ever have any conversations with Mr. Rush on why OceanGate Expeditions was founded in the Bahamas?
I did not have any specific conversations with him. I was once witness to a conversation that said it was placed in the Bahamas because the dream and the goal was to have bases throughout the globe, and having a Bahamian entity would assist in the ease of those operations throughout the bases that they were hoping to build.
What were the main revenue sources that supported the OceanGate Inc.?
Investors, investment.
And how were those investors identified or
Uh,
located?
I would not know how the investors were found. Relationships that Stockton had or that he generated on his own.
And how were those funds distributed from the investors or collected to OceanGate Inc.?
Through wire transfer.
And what were these funds primarily used for?
The development of the sub, staff training, any engineering needs and practices.
Were you involved in any of the marketing for persons to join as mission specialists for expeditions?
Very slightly. The marketing team was separate from me. I would edit their online postings for spelling errors, grammatical errors. There was a small period of time where I took over a little bit of the social media posting while we were in between staff.
And what type of demographic was the marketing targeting?
It was, with the price point being where it was wealthy individuals, astronauts that had already secured their seats with whomever that was offering trips to space. These were the people we were looking for, explorers, adventurers.
Did you ever receive requests from somebody to become a mission specialist who didn't meet this demographic or who didn't have the funds available?
I really didn't handle much of any of the requests coming in from mission specialists. That was handled more by our expedition director,
And who was that?
Kyle Bingham.
In 2018, the expeditions for the Titanic, the marketing had begun, or it was well underway for the marketing for the Titanic mission. And the support vessels and the expedition had changed over the years from 2018 to 2023. Can you describe to me those changes and those expectations, such as the support vessels originally were possibly the use of a helicopter to take out to a waiting vessel to using the polar prints in 2023?
In 2018, again, I started in December. Most of those plans had been made. I had overheard conversations, but most of that had definitely landed with Stockton and the people who were planning that expedition. I was not slated to go. I was slated to stay in the office, make certain rent's getting paid, and payroll is still happening. So the specifics on what they were looking for with the ship at that time, I was very new with OceanGate and don't have a lot of input on that. When we were ascertaining the new ship, again, that happened with operations, engineering, and Stockton, and I had nothing to do with that at all. I know it was a very difficult process to find a ship that was both within an affordability price range and could handle our operations, and they flew out and investigated quite a few ships that would meet our needs. And the Horizon Arctic had checked some boxes for us, so they decided to go forward with the contract with them.
How did the cost to become a mission specialist change over the years, and why did it change?
Sure. The specifics of why it changed, again, are a little bit beyond me. Those are conversations that happen at the high executive level. Originally, it was devised to be a certain, like 3 or 4 times what the original price of the Titanic was, and that was derived by our marketing team, I believe, in Stockton, at approximately around $109,000. The cost, I believe there was analytics done to understand the costs of the ship, of taking our crew out there. And so then that had been increased to $150,000. And after our first year out at expedition, it had been discussed again through Stockton's consultants, through whomever, along with a few of our mission specialists at this trip, and to be able to cover costs should be marketed at $250,000.
And where were these payments made to for the mission specialists? You mentioned a wire transfer. What account or whose account was the wire transfer made to?
OceanGate Expeditions, also known as Argus Expeditions.
What is Argus Expeditions, as you know it?
As I know it, it is the Bahamian entity that was set up to handle and manage all costs in regards to actual expeditions that OceanGate would conduct.
And was that for the Titanic expeditions or other missions to include the domestic missions?
I believe it was, for me and my purview, is the Titanic expedition.
What was promised in the crew agreements to the mission specialists regarding their expedition? How many days, how many dives? What were they getting basically out of for their payment of $250,000?
Well, that document, again, was not created by me. And what I know it promised was the opportunity for a dive, the opportunity to participate on board the ship as an acting crew member, at whatever level that they were comfortable and capable of doing and qualified under supervision. It included, obviously, meals provided, exposure to content experts regarding either deep sea exploration or the Titanic.
And what would happen if a dive could not proceed because of weather conditions?
The dive would be scrapped, and if there were extra, and we always tried to have a day or two extra on those mission dates, we would reschedule and look for a weather pocket where we would be able to complete that dive again.
And if they were unable to complete that dive during that expedition, was the mission specialist offered a refund?
No, they were offered a credit.
And if they didn't want to accept the credit, I'm just asking, so if they weren't provided or asked for a refund, it was either a credit or nothing, or was there a negotiation between that?
I don't believe there was a place for a negotiation. It was clearly outlined from what Stockton had presented, and the company had created that refunds were not available after a certain period, and what the specificity of those are, I can't necessarily recall, but it was a credit, an opportunity to come back and join us on another expedition.
Now, would this be a different process if the dive was canceled by OceanGate due to a mechanical failure or a fault of OceanGate in the expeditions?
Again, I can't recall specifically. I know there was some part of some clause that probably referenced that.
Were all of the expeditions successful in that all of the missions had dives that made it to the Titanic depth or met the obligation of OceanGate?
No, we did not always make it to the Titanic.
Did you handle or deal with offering the credits to the mission specialists?
I did not.
So in 2021 was the original expedition to the Titanic. and the follow-on year in 2022. Do you know how many of those were credited dives to 2022 from the 2021 expedition?
I don't have that specific information.
So if the company's money was already spent on funding the original expedition in which the dive that was obligated was not completed, where did the company get the funds to then pay for the subsequent expeditions to satisfy the customer?
New mission specialists that would come aboard, we would utilize that money to continue to fund the expedition.
So did you witness a feeling of desperation to complete the dives to meet the compounding demands of the previous year's obligations?
Not a desperation, there definitely was an urgency to deliver on what we had offered and a dedication and perseverance towards that goal. But nothing that would push beyond, we wouldn't do anything from my purview or conduct dives that would be risky just to meet a need. There was definitely checks and balances in place to make certain things were operating as safely as possible.
Can you describe to me what a mission specialist was in your opinion? Or how would you describe to me a mission specialist?
A mission specialist was somebody who was curious about deep sea exploration, who wanted to join, who understood this wasn't a luxury trip, that this was aboard a ship where they were invited to come. However, as Stockton had put it, there was no chocolate on the pillow. They were invited to be involved and take an active role as much as possible as they wanted to.
Would you describe them as passengers?
I would not.
Recorder, can you please bring up Exhibit 101? Which is the 2023 Mission Specialist Crew Agreement.
I'm sorry, what exhibit was it again?
It is 101.
101?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think we have that in the binders.
Okay. It's not in the binder? Okay.
I recommend we take a 5-minute recess just to get
What?
the witnesses the exhibit, copies of the exhibit. At this time, we'll take a brief recess and reconvene at 9 a.m.
Thank you. Ms. Bay, are you familiar with the 2023 Mission Specialist Crew Agreement?
Yes, I have seen it, absolutely.
I want to call your attention to page 2 of this document, which is the fee payment schedule.
Yes,
And it states on the bottom, so the deposit, can you explain to me the deposit and then the final payment and regarding the due dates and why those dates were due at that time, if you're aware?
I believe the dates were concocted, and of course, I did not make any decisions on this, but they were made as the deposit to the ship would be needed to be made. So when whatever it was, 6 months, 8 months prior to the expedition, a non-refundable deposit on the ship that we were utilizing would be made, and this would be reflective of when those deposits came in and when the refund would be.
And this is obviously for 2023. Was this similar to 2021 and 2022? I know I don't have those documents available, but to your recollection.
To my recollection, it should be. There may be other extenuating circumstances that were discussed with the people that created these documents.
And Lieutenant Commander, just to be clear, you're talking about this particular portion of the 2023 agreement or the entire agreement?
Just this portion of the payment schedule. Okay, thank you. At the top of page 2, under the what's provided and included, do you see that section, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
On the bottom, it states taxes, fees, and gratuities. And I want to call the attention, so with regards to the taxes, what taxes were mission specialists paying?
I have no idea and no recollection of any taxes, fees, or gratuities being paid or authorized to be paid by me or anything around this expedition. So I would not know what this is referencing.
Were mission specialists paid in any way by OceanGate?
No, not to my knowledge.
As for the gratuity, with the mission specialists being seen as mission specialists and/or crew, was it customary for employees of OceanGate to pay each other tips for other crew members, or?
No, I have never been aware of any gratuities being paid.
Were you involved in organizing or managing any of the domestic operations, such as the Hudson Canyon dive or the Puget Sound dive?
No, I was not.
In June of 2019, a former pilot identified a crack in the first Titan hull, which later required testing and downgrading of the hull. Before this testing was done, a letter was sent by the COO to the mission specialists stating that the support vessel was unavailable for the 2019 expedition. Were you involved in the decision-making process for this letter to be sent to the mission specialists regarding the cancellation of 2019 expedition?
I was not at all.
Did you have any involvement in the development of the final Titan hull in 2020 and 2021?
A role administratively, making certain our staff was paid, bringing in help whenever they needed through applicants, but no specific responsibilities in regarding the development of that hull.
And now I'd like to get into a little bit more about the Titanic expedition. So how did the vision for the expeditions and support vessels evolve between from 2021 to 2023?
Can you please repeat the question?
Yep. How did the vision, I guess vision isn't the right word, so how did the support vessels from 2021, which was the Horizon Arctic in 2021 and 2022, and then to utilize the Polar Prince in 2023, why did OceanGate use the Horizon Arctic in 21, 22, and not in 23? And and I'll have a follow-up.
Sure. From my understanding, we were very pleased the Horizon Arctic was available, and they were very supportive of what we were doing in research and collaborative with their engineering team. Due to COVID and the fall in demand for these ships, because they generally service oil and gas, the ship was available when we needed it, and it was available in a price point that the company was willing to pay. In 2023, things had shifted. COVID had since passed or moved to a smaller concern, and the Horizon Arctic was no longer available as it was being used in whatever capacity Horizon Arctic had it utilized for. So the Polar Prince was offered as an alternative and something that we might be able to use.
What expeditions were you part of?
I was part of the 2021 Titanic survey expedition, 2022 Titanic survey expedition, and the 2023 Titanic survey expedition.
For 2021, were you on all of the missions?
I was.
For 2022, were you on all of the missions?
Yes, I was.
And for 2023, were you on all of the missions?
I was not. I was there for Mission 1, Mission 2, and Mission 3. I then returned home as my daughter was graduating from high school, and I needed to attend to those festivities.
In 2021, what were your roles and responsibilities aboard the expedition?
My main role, continually through all three, was the care and keeping of staff, mission specialists, filling in the gaps wherever things needed to be done, securing and setting up our mission specialist rooms with their gear, purchasing PPE for our staff and for our mission specialists, and snacks, telling the kitchen what were people's necessarily dietary restrictions, being mindful of birthdays that were happening, general taking care of the human beings that were aboard was my responsibility.
Did you have any responsibilities with regards to maintenance of the Titan submersible?
Not general maintenance, no.
Did you have any roles or responsibilities with regards to a role that would be identified in the dive plan?
I did not in 2021 that I can recall. In 2022, any of us aboard ship would always hope to take an active role in whatever way we could assist, grabbing a wrench, finding the bolts, getting oil and grease ready, moving drop weights to a position where they could be loaded. Those things I did participate in and was happy to do so. Extra hands are always needed on a ship, and I was always willing to lend mine. Throughout 2022, I'm not sure what mission, I began truly assisting in getting the gear ready and the dome closure, and began assisting under supervision with multiple dome open and dome closures. And at the end, I was assigned the lead role, the very last mission in opening and closing the dome of the 2022 mission.
In 2021, Canada was still under COVID restrictions for entry into the country. Did OceanGate provide any guidance to the mission specialists for their arrival for Expedition 2021 for border crossing?
Sure, the majority of that was handled by our expedition director and Stockton by giving that guidance. I helped assist our staff on getting to the ship, but not mission specialists.
Are you aware of what guidance was provided to them or what they were told to say at the border?
I cannot specifically recall what they were told. However, we were crossing through Canada to board a ship to operate in international waters, and at that time, we were advised that that was acceptable by the Canadian government as long as we were not staying in Canada, and we followed every protocol and procedure that they had in place, which was being tested many times for COVID.
And that was for OceanGate employees' arrival?
Yes.
Were any of the mission specialists not able to enter into Canada based upon what they were declaring they were there for?
I cannot recall. I do not think so, but I cannot recall specifically.
Were any mission specialists ever, or in your experiences, were mission specialists used as part of the dive crew? Any of the primary dive operation plan? So dome closing crew, dinghy operator, any of those major essential?
I don't believe they were ever specifically on a dive plan, maybe for an assistant role. Again, that's just holding the equipment, being told where it is and where to bring it to the people who had been trained and understood how to use that.
Were you ever involved in the risk assessment process to create the risk index for the dives?
I was not.
Were mission specialists part of or included in determining the risk index?
I don't believe so, although I believe there was a collaborative if Stockton needed more information and trusted that somebody aboard ship might have a little bit more to work on that assessment, he may talk to them and discuss what he saw as possible risk.
So who was responsible for determining the risk index?
It was a collaborative group that met outside of my view, but I know it involved operations, engineering, Stockton in general, and they would sit the night before a dive and discuss what challenges that they had seen and what challenges may exist the next day.
Did any of the mission specialists and or crew members who were going to be taking part in that dive, did they have any say in determining the risk index?
Not in the presentation, but it was presented the evening before, and it was an open forum. So if there was something that somebody had concerns about, and Stockton always opened the floor for anybody to speak up if they had additional concerns at that time. He also explained how the risk index worked, what they were looking at. It was very detailed. And yeah, went through what challenges were previous and what challenges they had assessed. A lot of it was weather related.
Do you know how to determine the risk index?
I do not.
Did you ever witness anybody raise a concern while the risk index or the dive plan was being presented?
Yes, our operations people at times would bring up specific things that, they were concerned, not about anything, but, the air compressor, needs some service. We're going to have to utilize the second one. So they would bring those things as they were working on deck to that meeting and make certain that they would have their voices heard and that that was put in consideration and that those challenges would be addressed.
After the 2021 expedition was completed, did the Titan return to Everett, Washington?
I'm sorry, I don't recall if it returned. I know it did not return between 2022 and 2023.
What was your role with OceanGate in the end of after the 2021 expedition? Was it still the same as before?
Absolutely.
Were you aware that the Titan was making a road trip across the country doing marketing and events at different?
Absolutely. I was part of the Titan Road event and show on the East Coast. I attended all of those events and supported the staff, the logistics of moving the staff, getting ahead of this when it was arriving and working with our team to make certain it was an appropriate place to be displayed.
And what was the purpose of those events?
It was a twofold purpose. We were there to speak to friends and families of our mission specialists, give them a stage to speak to their experiences. It was also, we went to the University of Rhode Island to encourage young mariners and deep sea explorers and people in those sciences to see cutting edge technology and be excited about their role and their futures and inspire the young.
And throughout that trip, how was the Titan transported?
It was transported on a truck bed.
Was it in a container or was it just on the back of the truck?
It was on the back of a truck, and it was covered in whatever our operations thought was an appropriate cover, so it wouldn't receive damage.
And so now to the beginning of the 2022 expedition. How was the Titan transported to Canada for the 2022?
I believe it was trucked to Canada.
And you were involved in all missions in the 2022 expedition. Was there any differences between the 2021 and 2022 logistically with regards to the expedition?
Nothing of notice as far as what we were doing. You know, challenges when you are diving that deep and doing things, you know, are always variable, but there was nothing of significance that the operation was any different.
And you had just stated that between the 2022 and 2023 expeditions, the Titan remained in Canada.
Yes,
And were you involved in the discussions, or did you have, were you involved in where it was stored and why it was stored?
I was not.
At any point were you made aware that it was stored in the parking lot of A. Harvey?
I believe I probably knew that because I would have to make a payment for the storage facility, but that would be my full understanding of that it was stored. Didn't know it was a parking lot, but it was at A. Harvey.
And do you know why it was kept there?
I believe that I was told around that there was no reason to bring it back at this time, that it was cost effective to leave it there, and we needed to come back and develop our mission, so we left the sub.
Did you ever make a payment to A. Harvey to have them cover it or shrink wrap it or protect it?
I do not believe I did, but again, my recollection is a little sparse at that time.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. Scott Griffith regarding the Titan being stored at A. Harvey?
I did not.
Were you involved in any discussions or negotiations with Memorial University in St. John's in the memorandum of understanding?
I believe that I may have reviewed a contract or two, but that again was given to me by Stockton, and generally my position was to file it and make certain that, possibly if there was a change to the document, to review them and notate any changes and then resubmit it to the chief executive officers.
And do you remember about what time or what the time frame was on when that MOU was signed with Memorial University?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Do you know if Mr. Rush was specifically waiting on the MOU with the university to be finalized so he can claim that as an educational exemption for any fees before it is released?
I have no awareness of that.
Thank you. Now I want to get into Expedition 2023. So as we previously stated, Expedition 2021 and 2022 utilized the Horizon Arctic. 2023 utilized the Polar Prince. What type of configuration changes were made to the operations to basically have it work with the Polar Prince?
Well, from my observation and understanding, again, as much more of a people operations person, it was understood that we would not be bringing the sub on board like we did on the Horizon Arctic, that it would be towed behind via our platform. And our team had discussed at length what that would look like and how that would be. I was not part of those conversations, but understood they were going on and what the challenges would be with the tow configuration. It was not the first time it was towed, but it was the first time it was towed to the Titanic.
And are you aware if those discussions included the master or representative of the Polar Prince?
I am unaware who was in those meetings.
Can you describe to me what the towing configuration was for the Titan to be towed, Titan atop the launch and recovery system to be towed behind the Polar Prince?
I wouldn't be qualified.
Why was the 2023 expedition started earlier than in the previous 2 years?
I believe it was the availability of the polar prints is why it started earlier.
Did you have any concerns with towing the Titan, the 370 nautical miles, to the Titanic wreck site?
Certainly, I mean, I think anybody would have, concerns that this was going to be more challenging and more difficult in some aspects. Stockton assured us that they were he was up for the challenge and the team was up for the challenge. And so I continued to carry on in my role.
How would you describe the weather conditions and what challenges did this provide for the expedition and the towing operation?
The seas were much higher that earlier on than I remember being on the Horizon Arctic. It was much colder. There's a lot of rain. So just, being out on deck physically for me personally, is always a challenge. Had to make certain that you were layered upon layered when you're out there and making certain you're changing out of very wet clothes into drier clothes.
And do you believe that you had mentioned the seas. Do you believe that the seas had any effect on the towing operation?
Well, it was obvious at times that it did, that we would have to slow down or speed up or possibly redirect our path. Every evening we would have a meeting and we're redirecting because there's a very big storm in this area and that would not be safe for us to go. So yes.
Did you witness any damage that was caused prior or by the seas or the towing operation?
Sorry, damage to Titan itself?
Yes, sir.
As far as damage to Titan itself, I believe it lost a fairing due to a wave coming up. I'm not know the specifics. Fairing is the plastic cover that goes over the sub to make it just like a car bumper, make it look, clean. So I believe one of those was lost or damaged during a towing configuration due to high seas.
Do you remember any incidences or any incidents with the towing of the Lars and the Titan during the 3 missions that you were on in 2023?
Yeah, I believe 1 or 2 times the platform itself, where it's a subset of on, had taken on water and had started to list, which means kind of one end dragging down. And we had to make corrections and, face that challenge and bring it back up.
And how long did it take to correct that?
It was within a day. I couldn't tell you because they were in and out in lunch breaks and people working on that, and that's not my area of expertise, but within a day, probably 8 hours at maximum.
In your experience, did it make it more difficult to conduct maintenance or even conduct the pre-dive operations on board the Lars as in its towing configuration from the Polar Prince?
Well, there was definitely the challenge of having to load in 2 dinghies to service and do things, bring our tools out there, instead of being on, the stable deck of a ship. So in the Polar Prince, we had to go out to the platform to do all the maintenance and corrections and fixes and tests that needed to be done. So it definitely had its challenges, also with the weather, and we were very much out in the elements. Had challenges in and of itself.
Thank you, Ms. Bay. That's all the questions I have, sir.
Ms. Bay, we've been going for a while. Would you like to take a brief recess or keep going?
Let's take a little recess.
Of course.
Thank you.
The hearing will recess and reconvene at 9:35. The proceedings are back in order. Ms. Bay, at this time, Lieutenant Commander Emmons has some questions for you.
Good morning, Ms. Bay.
Good morning.
As Human Resources, are you familiar with payroll taxes?
Yes.
Were the OceanGate Board of Directors paid?
No.
Were the Board of Directors offered shares of the company?
I am uncertain.
I'm sorry.
I'm uncertain whether or not they were.
Did you ever have any conversations with the Board of Directors?
Not directly.
Can you expand on that indirectly?
Indirectly, most of the Board of Directors meetings, especially during the COVID time, were Teams calls or Zoom calls. If they were to come on site, Rear Admiral John Lockwood would come on site. He does a lot of things around the Port of Everett. There was always a handshake, a nice to see you, those types of conversations. How are the kids? And then they would go into their closed-door Board of Directors meeting.
Were you ever part of those closed-door director meetings?
I was not.
What did you understand to be Admiral Lockwood's role on the Board of Directors?
I actually did not understand what his role was. Obviously, on a consultancy basis, understanding maritime what leaned on, and he was a huge advocate of deep sea exploration and the maritime, being progressive, I guess.
You had stated earlier that mission specialists, in your eyes, were not passengers, they were part of the crew. Were mission specialists employees of OceanGate?
No,
Were mission specialists ever given shares of the company?
not to my understanding, no.
Were mission specialists required to complete a physical?
I believe they were quite a few times. I'm not certain if there were exceptions to that rule, but yes.
Were they required to get that physical after payment or before payment?
I am uncertain.
And do you know who verified if they received that physical and completed it?
I believe that was, again, Expedition Director and Stockton.
If mission specialists got hurt, did they qualify for workman's compensation benefits?
No, they would not.
Did mission specialists get health benefits from OceanGate?
No, they did not.
Did you collect payroll taxes from mission specialists?
No, I did not.
And did you collect payroll taxes from OceanGate employees?
Yes, as necessary and needed, dictated by Washington State and the federal.
Were you ever aware of a time that Mr. Rush put his own money into OceanGate Incorporated or OceanGate Expedition to fund missions or to keep employees paid?
Yes.
Can you kind of go into that? How many times, when?
How many times, I'm uncertain, but there was a few times where OceanGate Inc. was going to have difficulty meeting payroll, and he increased his investment by making a deposit, and we were able to meet payroll.
Did OceanGate Foundation ever loan OceanGate Incorporated or OceanGate Expeditions money?
Not to my understanding, no.
Were any OceanGate employees ever asked to forego their paycheck or would be willing to get paid later?
Yes.
Can you kind of go into that? How many times and when?
It was one time. I believe it was the beginning of 2023. We were looking to make ends meet, and if we were able to defer our paychecks, there was an offer that Stockton had derived, I believe, with an attorney or whomever, that we could delay our paychecks and be paid a small amount of interest and recapture it at a specific time.
Can you go into why that occurred in 2023 and not the other years?
I believe the finances were just getting very tight at that time.
Did any OceanGate employees ever not receive a paycheck?
During this time, I believe it was Stockton and myself that delayed our paychecks.
So you delayed your paychecks just once or multiple times?
Just once.
What was the company policy, and I know you touched on this a little bit, but regarding completing a dive and refunds, did mission specialists have to actually see the Titanic wreck site? And were they given a credit if they didn't see it, or how did that work?
The specifics, again, were handled by Stockton, and so exactly how the refunds worked was a little bit outside of my role and responsibility, and I never saw a refund come through. But they were given a credit, I know that would sit and wait for them to come back, return, and join with us to complete an expedition and a successful dive.
And a successful dive would include actually physically seeing the Titanic.
Yes.
Lieutenant Steele, can you please pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 035, which is the OceanGate Expeditions Waiver and Release of Liability Form? I'll give you a second to look it over if you need, but are you familiar with this form?
Yes, I am.
When were mission specialists given this form?
They were given to it when the mission specialist agreement came out to review before they made any type of payment. And then they were given it again aboard ship prior to the dive. Usually the evening prior to the dive that they would be on, or possibly another iteration and things that would happen would, a whole team would meet and this would be presented of people who hadn't seen it, and they were familiarized, and then that would be, 10 to 12 people that would be in the room, and it was presented aboard ship.
You just stated of people who haven't seen it. So is that the first time sometimes they would see it?
Not our mission specialists. In that case, it as our content experts, possibly any science people who had joined us, and if they were interested and if the opportunity arose for them to join a dive, it was never guaranteed, but this was the waiver that they would also be introduced to.
So this was for other people on board and the mission specialists?
Yes.
Whose responsibility was it to send this form?
It was generally our expedition director. It was sent over in a DocuSign packet to them.
To your knowledge, were mission specialists ever sent these waivers during their flights to the mission or on board the support vessel? I know you just said that usually it's the second time they've seen that.
Yeah, I don't believe they were ever sent that. But again, I would have no knowledge if somebody was to have emailed it to them while they were on their way.
And do you know, to your knowledge, what would happen if someone refused to sign the waiver? Would they be refunded or given a credit, or?
I would, to my knowledge, I've never seen anybody refuse to sign the waiver. That was a mission specialist, and so I wouldn't know, but I would assume they would be getting a credit.
Thank you, you can take that down. We heard testimony from Ms. Wilby last week, a former OceanGate contractor, that stated when she tried to bring up several safety concerns to you regarding Dive 80 on July 16, 2022, that was the dive where the loud bang was heard. She was told that she was causing trouble and did not have an explorer mindset. Can you explain to us what that means?
I don't believe that either one of those statements is exactly what I had said. Again, that was, my recollection may be wrong. And her concerns in general, she had actually told me she had been very sick for a month prior, had joined the ship and hadn't slept in 3 weeks, came aboard, and all her concerns were listened to and notated, but what she was specifically referencing, I don't have any knowledge of.
Did anyone other than her bring up safety concerns to you on that dive regarding the loud bang?
No, it wasn't my responsibility, and anytime anyone brought up a safety concern, because I would have no working knowledge operationally or engineering to refer them back to the head of engineering, to the director of operations, and to Stockton. And I did ask her if she did have concerns to bring those up to those particular people.
And what was her response?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Why was Ms. Wilby sent home the next day before the end of her contract?
Ms. Wilby was sent home. I was not there for the experience, but I was asked by Stockton to release her from her contract as she had acted erratically, unprofessionally, and had disturbed our crew during a challenging situation in the communications pit.
Can you kind of go into a little more of that? Is that your own experience or just what Mr. Rush told you?
That is what Mr. Rush told me. Wendy Rush, who was in the comms pit, along with others of the OceanGate staff and a few mission specialists, that she was acting unprofessionally, crying, yelling, and kind of pushing aside recommendations and asking, people had asked her to stand down, and she did not.
And do you know what she was crying and yelling and disturbing the crew about?
I believe we had lost communications with the sub. It was not at full depth. And we were trying to reestablish that. That does occur and has occurred multiple times on dives, and communications are restored through working through specific processes and processes that she was there to be an assistant and stand behind. And I believe for whatever reason and her expertise, she tried to jump in, and they were working through those challenges on their own, and they were successful in working through those challenges, to my knowledge. Again, I was not up there, but this is what was relayed to me.
Understood. Thank you. How did the number of employees at OceanGate change throughout your time there?
When I started, as I had stated previously, I believe there was close to 30 employees. COVID happened, and any kind of operations at seas were then halted, obviously getting into a submersible and onto ships and all of those things. So we had to get rid of many of our operational staff who was there, who were doing small jobs because they wouldn't, or boat tending and things of that nature, because they were no longer needed at this time. So the company just shrank and tried to keep its feet on its ground during the COVID-19 pandemic.
And how about after the COVID pandemic?
We were still in recovery mode as a country and as businesses, and we would fill in where needed of our ship with contractors.
You had mentioned that on, I believe it was 2022, your role started changing a little bit on board the support vessel, and you were part of the dome closing crew. Is that correct? Or
Yes.
opening and closing?
Mm-hmm.
Can you kind of go into that a little bit more in detail? What did that look like? What were your roles? What did the crew with you do?
Sure. In the beginning, it was assisting in bringing over air compressor hoses, checking and double checking our bolts, making certain that they were greased with specific maritime grease, changing them out if they were flawed, and then making certain the people that were opening and closing the dome had all the equipment they needed, which is ratchet, wrench, those basic things, drills for our all threads. And so first I was just managing that equipment and efficiently getting to them. Then I began to open and close using the bolts, inspect the O-ring, make certain it was cleaned and in working order, and help our mission specialists into the submersible and out of the submersible, gathering their safety gear, helmets, and life jackets that was not necessary inside the sub, and then being there when they came back and reissuing those and their shoes so that they could, again, board the ship safely.
Were there written procedures in place to ensure it was closed correctly?
Yes, there was a checklist.
And what was that checklist a part of? Was it like a part of a manual?
Because my operation, I'm certain there was a manual, but my operations just was around that particular checklist, so I'm not certain what bigger piece of information or manual it was part of.
And how did you get trained on your role as the lead dome closing crew?
Again, assisting and many a time, because even if we're not making a dive, we are opening and closing. If it's raining, if we're going into maintenance, we need to close it for the evening. And so I was trained under the supervision of all of our operations people, some of our good contractors who had worked for us, as well as Stockton Rush.
And your training, did that include like a qualification process, or was it just like on-the-job training?
It was on-the-job training.
Can you explain to us, you've mentioned a few times about the mission director, can you explain their roles and responsibility as the mission director?
The mission director of our ship during these was in charge of overseeing all the working parts and checking in which each one of the leads, if it was, I was dome opening and closing, is the dome secured? Yes, radioing in. They would also assess and look for strikes and anomalies that were occurring during the dive that may affect the outcome, or whether or not, 3 strikes, and I know that was mentioned earlier, then the dive was canceled. And we had canceled multiple dives because of strikes due to weather and other things going on. And so he would calculate those and then discuss that with the engineering, the operations head, and anybody who was in a lead role. If we had divers out in dinghies, it was checking in with all of those, making certain we were all comfortable in what we were doing and that we had completed things and that it was as successful to us as possible.
So is it fair to say that the mission director was in charge of the entire mission and dive?
It's a shared responsibility just overall, because we each hold our own responsibilities out there to where we are executing when we are and how we are doing that. But yes, he was the main coordinator, or she, if there would be a female, but it was, yeah.
So who's the primary person? I know you talked about strikes and anomalies, but who's the primary person that decides if a dive is a go or no-go?
It's a collaborative effort between operations, engineering, Stockton in his role, and our mission director.
Lieutenant Steele, can you please pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 027? That's the Health and Safety and Environmental Manual. And go to page 147. It's under Section C, under dive execution, Section I.
I'm sorry, what page?
147.
Our exhibit 27 here does not, it just has a cover page. It does not have the entire
Okay.
manual. But it may be sufficient. I defer to Ms. Bay whether.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and
And I can read it I'll read it for you as well. It states the mission director shall be in charge of monitoring, directing, modifying, and potentially canceling a dive operation. So with that said, if the mission director and say the pilot on board had a disagreement over canceling a dive, who has the authority to cancel the dive, the mission director or the pilot?
it would be the mission director.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Steele. I'm going to kind of backtrack a little bit to your expedition in 2021. Specifically want to talk about Dive 65, which was on Mission 3 on July 19th, 2021. It was a dive to 3,500 meters. Were you on that mission, correct? You were on all the missions? And
Yes.
And if it helps, we can pull up the dive log. I can pull that exhibit up to kind of help refresh your memory. I kind of want to talk about that dive.
That would be great.
Okay.
Please pull it up.
Lieutenant Steele, can you please pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 052, which is the OceanGate dive and maintenance log. This is difficult to see, so you may need to use your binder.
Commander Emmons, just for the record, can you clarify when you say you were on that mission, if you mean on the expedition or on the actual dive mission?
Were you on the expedition in 2021, Aldi?
Yes, I was on the expedition in 2021. I was physically aboard ship during this time.
And you were on this Mission 3, on specifically Dive 65 on Mission 3?
I don't recall. I'll review the documents, but
But
yeah.
again, apologies, but again, on the ship, right? I think
Correct.
that's the important.
Correct.
I
As a
think Ms.
support,
Bay testified that she was on the vessel for the entirety of the 21. I think the confusion is, when we're saying on a dive,
I understood.
what that is.
Correct, that's what I'm asking. Were you present?
And
in
aboard the
this-
ship, yes.
Correct, yes, thank you. So on this dive, they had a drop weight issue on this dive.
I'm sorry, can you give us the date one more time?
Oh, sure. It was July 19th, 2021. Can you go to the left to see the date, Lieutenant Steele? Yep, thank you. It's the one on the screen that says 65/7/19/21 Titanic. Oh, go.
Yeah, it's not in our binder, I don't believe.
Is it page 2 of Exhibit 052?
Well, we have Exhibit 52, which has nothing. We have Exhibit 52.1, which does not seem to include dives for 2021.
Okay, we will take a 5-minute recess to get you the dive logs.
Thank you.
Ms. Bay, Lieutenant Commander Emmons has just a few more follow-up questions.
I'm just waiting for, zoom in on that dive again. Thank you. So again, just to refresh, we're talking about dive 65 on July 19th, 2021. It was a dive to the Titanic at, if you keep scrolling, it says 3,500 meters, so it didn't quite make it down to their intended destination. From your point of view, on the support vessel, as being part of that mission, do you recall and remember that particular dive? And in yellow there, it had a drop weight issue on that mission.
I'm sorry, I don't remember specificities around that particular dive.
Okay. One of the crew members and one of the employees of OceanGate that was inside the Titan on dive 65 left that mission early, and it stated as the the Director of Administration and Human Resources. Do you know why that employee left early?
From my understanding, there was a disagreement in the submersible between Stockton and that employee mentioned, if this is the incident. And again, I'm not certain if this is the time. And this employee decided he wanted to go home and spend time with his family, and that he was finished working for us and left when we reached shore.
Did you ever have an exit interview with him before he left the company?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions I have.
Thank you. Ms. Bay, I do think you're referring to the incident that we're asking about. Do you remember the nature of the disagreement between Mr. Rush and this mission specialist in the Titan? I'm sorry. Let me correct the record. Do you remember the nature of the disagreement between Mr. Rush and the crew member during that expedition?
I do not. I was probably asleep during this time and taking care of people on board ship, so the nature was outside of my understanding or, again, viewpoint.
Did you ever participate in any of the submersible expeditions, even to the Titan or other dives?
And what do you mean by participate?
Were you ever inside the submersible?
Yes.
Which mission did you participate in?
I believe at least once I was in the sub for tests, and so it wasn't a full expedition to the Titanic, but a launch and recovery and systems test. And that happened in 2022.
Was that just a shallow dive to 10 meters?
Yes.
Were there any issues during that test dive?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, I believe they were troubleshooting communication systems, making certain the thrusters worked, any kind of repairs or maintenance, just doing general checks of all systems.
Were you ever part of the communications team during a dive on the bridge?
No.
You had mentioned that you were aware that at times communications were lost with the Titan while it was conducting operations at depth. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Certain times throughout the depth, we did have 3 ways of communication. My understanding, again, that is from the OceanGate, and was that shallower, sometimes the communication systems would need to be changed. Obviously, there's difficulty communicating through the water system, and so at times it would go out, and there was a specific amount of time set by the team, the engineering team, the communications team, that was allowed to go by before anyone was concerned.
Do you know if there was ever a time where communications were lost that raised a concern ahead of the accident voyage?
And possibly once it went a little longer than Wendy, who obviously was involved in communications, was comfortable with, and then it came back online. I don't know if that was 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and but that's the only time that I know that communications were lost for a significant amount of time.
And this is more of a technical question, so let me know if you don't know this, but do you know when communications were lost at depth, if that included text communications and positional information from the Titan, like the telemetry data that comes?
Again, I would have no knowledge of what I can make an understanding that Wendy was in charge of the text part of this. So that would be the part where she would show concern if she hadn't heard from the pilot. But yeah, that's it.
Understand, thank you. At this time, I'd like to go to the National Transportation Safety Board for questions. Mr. Muse?
Good morning again, Ms. Bay. Can you tell us a little bit about the planning for the 2019 expedition, which was later canceled? How far along were they in planning for that expedition?
I believe that planning was, majority of it was complete. They had booked hotels, were ready. Again, I came in end of 2018, beginning of 2019, and most of those things had already been handled. And they were ready to go and excited to go.
What's your understanding of why that expedition was canceled?
I believe it was the ship was pulled. I had come into work. They said the ship had pulled, and they had offered a substitutional ship that was not going to meet our needs. And there was stress around the office a little bit in regards to that, and people went into conference rooms to call and try to figure out an alternative.
Do you know what ship or company those were?
I do not.
Did they say why they pulled the ship?
I didn't hear from the ship company itself. I think Stockton had said it had been hired on for a job that would bring more revenue to the ship company, and the ship company needed to pivot to bring in revenue.
The second ship that they offered, what was the issue with that one?
I have no idea. I wasn't part of those meetings and still very young in my career.
I'd like to follow up on some of Commander Edmonds' safety culture questions, and we've already talked about Ms. Wilby. My questions are more generic in nature and can apply to either the Everett facility or missions or even in the Bahamas for that matter. Can you describe any formal or even informal means to communicate safety concerns?
I wasn't necessarily a part of anything that happened in the Bahamas, and safety concerns and all of that were collected by our operations director, engineering director, and Stockton and the mission director around that. So the formality of that really wasn't in my purview as far as submersible operations safety.
Do you feel that the staff at OceanGate felt comfortable raising safety concerns?
I believe so. I think people were verbal with Stockton, specifically, or with each other when, obviously they knew we were doing very difficult things with safety concerns. I wasn't witness to those types of meetings, but I was witness to people saying, "Oh yeah, I talked to Stockton about that today."
Were safety concerns addressed promptly, one way or the other?
I believe I was mostly exposed to those on expedition, and they were always promptly.
Can you give me an example of one from an expedition, maybe?
Let me think here. In one of the expeditions, there was a fitting issue with our vacuum, and that was brought up. It was immediately taken care of by finding an alternative device to fix that, and was looked at and seconded. Looked at by our director of operations, and again looked at by our engineers, and deemed to be okay to continue on with the mission. But that would be one small thing that occurred while I was out.
Did the Horizon Arctic or Polar Prince crew discuss or brief you on their safety management system and how to communicate concerns in their system?
On the Horizon Arctic, they had little pieces of paper that you could turn in to the captain if for any kind of safety issue that you saw, be it, wet floors, a screw misplaced, those types of things. So that we were briefed on that. Everybody was when we arrived on the ship.
Was OceanGate or mission specialists encouraged to use that system?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes safety policy or procedures, people find ways to work around them to get jobs done. Was there tolerance at all for willful violations of policy or procedure? For example, just skipping a line on a checklist would be an example.
No, not whatsoever. The checklists were put in place and we were meant to follow them, or at least from my purview, that you did everything on that checklist. And if when I was closing the dome, if Stockton noticed that I maybe had missed a second glance at something, he would correct me immediately.
Was there any complacency perhaps as the days got longer, as the expeditions got longer?
Not from my viewpoint. Everybody was very dedicated.
Do you believe your crew had adequate time to complete their tasks that they were assigned?
Excuse me, you talking about any particular time period?
I'm not, no.
More than likely, it wasn't necessarily my crew, so I would expect, yes, they had adequate time and things were taken care of. And
Sorry, your colleagues in other words.
yeah, absolutely. There was no rushing or pushing to complete tasks. They need to be done correctly.
Okay, thank you for your time today, Ms. Bay.
Ms. Bay, Mr. Fawcett has some questions for you to my left.
Ms. Bay, pardon me, Ms. Bay, Keith Fawcett, thanks for being here. So since you were part of the dive support crew on Expedition 2023, do you know if loss of communication would be an anomaly or a strike while the Titan was diving?
I wouldn't be qualified to say.
You were talking about fastening the dome prior to the dive. Do you know what torquing a fastener is, the term?
Yes.
And what is that?
Torquing a fastener is going too far with your ratchet, tightening it into we were doing ratchet 2 clicks with the wrench. So torquing a fastener is, generally if you're torquing something, you're tightening it, and over tightening it can be of concern as well.
So this was a standard ratchet wrench, and you tightened the fastener you audibly heard 2 clicks, is that correct?
Correct. Audibly and felt it, 2 clicks.
And then you mentioned the term all threads. Could you explain what all threads are?
Certainly, all threads were used to manually open and close the dome. There was one on the side and one below. An all thread is a threaded piece of steel, whatever material, that is attached, in our case, to the sub, and you would crank that open and shut together in tandem to close and open the dome.
But it was not used to fasten the dome to the
It was
sub.
not, no.
So for the Expedition 2023, were the number of the actual OceanGate employees and contractors aboard the Polar Prince the same as would have been on the expedition for 2022?
I believe so, or very close. There were roles that needed to be filled, and we had contractors fill in to the roles. But if they were exact, I am uncertain.
So the evening risk assessment meetings, you generally participated in those on Expedition 2023?
Yeah, I attended them.
And at what time would those have been held, approximately?
Generally right after dinner, give or take a half an hour.
So on Expedition 2023, in the evening, where would the Titan and the Lars platform be located in relationship to the Polar Prince?
The majority of the time, it was out on the line. We're in its tow configuration behind the Polar Prince. If we were inshore, then it would be pulled up alongside to not cause a hindrance in the port and secured there.
So immediately prior to the dive, was there another risk assessment meeting held where the risk index was reevaluated?
Well, there was the evening where the risk index was shown, and that would project weather, any other things. In the morning, again, the mission director would go and check in with each individual participating in the dive and any role and ask how we felt, where we were at about the dive in general. So if we were exhausted and worried, or if we were confident in our role and what we were doing and ready to go forward. That was part of the risk assessment the morning of. And that risk assessment stayed live all during the preps to the dive and before the dive. So anomalies can be reported then. Any type of difficulty was expected to be reported. And any kind of challenging situation. But the formal meeting happened and then we went. So maybe 5 a.m. we would all meet and say, this is what we came up with last night, here, let's go. And then we all started jumping into our roles for the dive.
So was the risk index, on the final dive, the risk index was 35. Would that be announced at the evening meeting? Would that number be derived from the results of that meeting?
Yes.
And then how would the condition of the Titan and the Lars submersible, which is well behind the vessel on a tow line, how would that condition of that vessel be assessed to see if any change had happened between the evening meeting and the morning?
Certainly. Again, from my understanding and my viewpoint, absolutely our operations director, our pilots, they would go and inspect the sub, I would open it up, they would get inside, they would start turning on systems, walking around, checking that everything was in place, that there was nothing of concern. And it was just an ongoing process of obviously being observant and evaluating whether or not the sub was in working order and ready to be dove.
So would you be in radio communication, your team, with the support vessel as the dive was getting ready to recommence or start?
I was in radio communication with the mission director who was sitting, I believe, next to the captain in the bridge. So I guess the answer would be the captain heard, but I was speaking directly to the OceanGate mission director.
Did you ever hear the mission director announce, like immediately prior to the dive, the final risk assessment number?
I heard that he would talk about additional anomalies if they had been reported, and that if we have moved from 1 strike to 2 strikes, maybe something got delayed, and pushing that timeline out also can contribute to a strike. And we're sitting at 2 strikes now. Are we ready to commence? Does anybody have any fears? Okay, let's continue to go on. So in a way, absolutely, he would be in communication with any additional things that had happened and occurred that morning.
But just to be clear, you didn't hear a new risk index number conveyed to the team?
Not that I recall.
Have you ever heard a strike identified in the course of a dive?
Yes.
And can you give me an example of one of those?
I believe there was a system, well, actually, like during an underwater dive, yes, when communications went out for 5 minutes, let's use that as an example, or so longer than what we had initially, or what people were comfortable with, it would be called. So that would be a 3 strike, or a strike you need to come up and abort the mission. But there were many strikes that would occur.
So you just said it would be a 3 strike?
Yeah, there are 3 strikes, and then the mission would be completely called. So that could be a switch in crew, that could be a weather issue, that could be whatever type of issue. And there was an amount of anomalies, again, I'm not certain, somewhere between 8 and 12, that would be, add up to one strike. So anomaly might be, I found a bolt sitting on the floor, or the wrenches are not put in the right place, and we need to find those. All those are reported as anomalies.
And then in the course of a dive, has a submersible, the Titan, has a third strike occurred where the vessel had to surface as a result of that third strike?
I believe so, but my recollection is a little bit gray in that area. But, dives have been aborted, and I would assume that would be because of a third strike.
And then shifting gear a little bit, on the final voyage, there was a 19-year-old mission specialist. Is that the youngest individual that's ever dove on the Titan?
I believe so. The year prior, there was a father-son team, and I'm uncertain of the son's age.
And did anybody express any misgivings that you were aware of at OceanGate for taking people that young, realizing that individual was an adult on those dives?
No true misgivings. It was, again, discussed. Stockton had spoke to the family directly on a few occasions and met with them personally. So there was no concerns once they had been spoken with and understood. Everyone was understood and was ready and excited to dive.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Bay, for the record, during that line of questioning, you talked about some standard procedures at OceanGate, but I want to clarify that you were not on board during the accident voyage. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Ms. Bay, Lieutenant Commander Emmons has some follow-up questions for you.
Ms. Bay, to Mr. Fawcett's questions, in 2023, you stated that contractors were used to fill the spots, the empty spots of the employee spots. We had heard last week from Ms. Rojas that she was a volunteer on that last mission, and specifically on Dive 88. Was this because you didn't have enough employees to fill the spots in 2023?
No, Renata in general has always been a good friend of OceanGate, a good friend of the Rush family. Enjoyed going on expedition, and if she could make it work with her schedule and we could accommodate her, we would never refuse her presence because she's a bevy of information and just a great person to have on board.
Did you ever have any other volunteers, specifically in 2023?
Not to my recollection.
And to your knowledge, who took over your job on the missions 4 through 5 on the expedition 2023, the ones you weren't able to attend?
For Renata came in as a people person, which she's very well suited for, as well as one of our physicians, to take care and keeping of people aboard ship, and checking and making certain the PPE, the gloves are dry, everything is ready. As far as operationally around Titan, I was unaware who would be designated for that role.
And was she trained, did you train her, or was she trained in those duties?
I worked alongside her during my training period in 2022. When she was aboard ship, she always was very excited to step up when she could and step back when she didn't feel like she could. And so as far as specific training, I am uncertain who trained her, but she had actually been with OceanGate longer than I have.
To your knowledge, was there a submersible available for the 2019 expedition?
I'm sorry, can you clarify?
Was there a submersible that was ready, to your knowledge, for the 2019 expedition that was supposed to happen?
Well, the week that the ship pulled, the submersible had been seen to have a flaw, and it was pulled. So that whole week was devastating to all of us and staff. So at that point, to make it to that depth, we have 2 other submersibles, but they are not at all tested or rated to go as deep to the Titanic. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate Council for any questions.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Bay, you mentioned that in 2021, a crew member left the expedition after dive 65. Did that individual return to OceanGate's 2022 expedition? If you recall?
I don't recall. I don't believe so. This particular person had been employed by OceanGate a few different times.
And you also described the process for the three strikes. Were there ever any issues that would go straight to the dive being aborted, weather-related or anything else that would not be a strike but go straight to canceling a dive?
Oh, definitely weather-related. If we saw that it was just going to be impossible, and that could be at that time or the projected forecast. So it may seem nice in the morning, but we knew in the afternoon we were going to recover the sub, that it would be very, very challenging. That could immediately cancel a dive. Not having available people due to illness or anything else that was happening off would immediately cancel a dive as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Bay, did you ever receive or overhear a complaint or concern voiced by a mission specialist over late delivery of their liability release?
Late delivery of their liability release, I'm sorry. Would
Yeah.
you restate the question?
Did you ever hear a mission specialist voice any concerns or complaints about the timing of the delivery of their liability waiver release?
I did not.
At this time, are there any final questions for Ms. Bay from the board? Ms. Bay, is there anything that we haven't asked you that you think would be valuable for this investigation?
No, not at this time.
It's my understanding that you would like to make a statement before we close your testimony.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
I had the privilege of knowing the explorers whose lives were lost. Stockton, PH, Shazada, Suleiman, and Hamish. And there's not a day that passes that I don't think of them, their families, and the loss. It's been a difficult year for them and for all of us. I would also like to thank the board for the work they've done and continue to do in this investigation, and I hope my testimony has been of some help to you.
Thank you, Ms. Bay. At this time, you are released from this Marine Board investigation. We appreciate your assistance and cooperation for the investigation. If we need to contact you in the future about any additional matters, we will contact you through your counsel. If you have any questions about the proceedings, please contact the board's recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. We will now adjourn for lunch and return at 1 p.m. And we're a little ahead of schedule. So thank you again, Ms. Bay.
Thank you.
This hearing is now back in session. We will now hear testimony from Mr. Carl Stanley with the Roatan Institute of Deep Sea Exploration. Mr. Stanley, the board's recorder, Lieutenant Steele, will now administer your oath.
Good afternoon, sir. Please stand and raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stanley. Thank you for being here today. When you speak to the microphone, if you could just energize your button. Thank you, sir. Mr. Keith Fawcett will have the first round of questioning for you, sir. And if you ever need to take a break, just let us know. We'll have a recess.
Thank you.
Mr. Stanley, thank you for being here. You've got the exhibits that we intend to use in front of you, and there's a laser pointer in case you want to use it up on the screen to highlight anything. And then if there's a particular page that you want to go to in one of your answers while we're referencing an exhibit, just ask the recorder to advance the page.
Okay.
You've been here for a majority of this testimony at this board, so when I ask a question, all of my questions will be framed of what you knew leading up to the events that transpired on the accident day, June 18th, 2023, unless I specifically ask you otherwise.
Okay.
And then avoid acronyms, and if you accidentally use one, please explain what that is. So we're going to cover two topic areas. The first is your experience and work history related to submersible operations, the background and history with your submersible operation, the role of classification societies in what I will call tourist submersibles or submersibles that engage in oceanographic research but may carry passengers. And then the oversight, regulatory oversight for submersibles that you might be aware of. Mm-hmm. The second topic area, we will talk about your interaction with Mr. Stockton Rush and personnel that may work for OceanGate. So that'll be the second area. So if you would, just take your time and explain your background and training that relate to submersible operations.
So the way that I got into this whole line of work is I read a book when I was 9 years old, and it was a short story written by a veteran for his own children that turned into a little series of books. And from the 50s, I was just recently able to, a friend tracked it down for me. And at that age, when you say you want to do something like that, adults are encouraging, and I kind of took them seriously / was gullible enough and started researching how to make a submersible and going to the library. I traveled when I was old enough, I think at the age of 14, I took the train into New York, saw submarines on display at international underwater contractors, told them what I wanted to do. They lent me tools, allowed me to dissect parts, and I was taking notes. When I saw the bathysphere at Coney Island, I remember I wasn't old enough to drive. I had to take my bicycle, and I went to my local American Bureau of Shipping office and got a copy of the rule book and started looking through that. And from saving money mostly of scooping ice cream and working at a bagel shop, when I was 15, I had the first piece of steel delivered to my parents' backyard in New Jersey and hired a welder for one day to give me professional demonstration. But I had already done some studying on how to weld and then started at it. And by the time I was, the same week I graduated college was the same week that that submarine named Seabug made its maiden voyage. And This sub had carried myself and one passenger to a max of 725 feet, but the majority of the dives that I did with it were to 500 feet. I started very methodically diving. The first dive that it did was in a creek near my campus, Eckerd College, where the XR, which stands for Eckerd College Search and Rescue Team, was standing by with scuba divers when I did the first dive in the creek to maybe 10 feet. And then I was using it on the Gulf side of Florida, so you can't get very deep there. The deepest I ever got was 90 feet by Fort DeSoto, which was actually, looking back, a terrible choice. It was high currents and poor visibility in a shipping lane, but allowed me to test it to 90 feet. That was my first interaction with the marine authorities, coincidentally. So I was already aware that of the regulations. I mean, we're going back to the early 90s or mid 90s now, but I specifically kept that vehicle under 12 feet, and I didn't put motors on it until I took it out of the country. And so I registered it, but in terms of regulation, I was trying to keep it in the same category as a canoe or a kayak. And that's actually how the authorities treated it when I was in Florida. I did 49 dives with it in the state of Florida. I took it to the other side of the state and was using it. There's a little stretch between West Palm to Fort Lauderdale area that I did most of the dives there. Started at 200 feet, 400 feet, got to 600 feet, was diving. And so the way I was doing it, I had to get miles and miles offshore. I would go to boat clubs and dive clubs, and I would give an actual slideshow with slides and give a little spiel of, if you have a boat and you're willing to tow me miles offshore, I'll take you down in my sub. And so no money was changing hands. You know, if the authorities questioned us, which they did quite often, we could honestly say, like, you know, who's chartering who here? We both showed up with our boats and we're having recreational activity. And they, I remember one time, and this is pre 9/11, but they were they wanted to stop me from diving, and they had, I want to say, Coast Guard, sheriff, and some other kind of patrol, 3 different boats, guns drawn, telling me I can't get on the sub, and it was about 2 hours that they had us detained before they said, yeah, we've been patched through the Coast Guard headquarters, and this is basically under 12 feet and doesn't have a motor, and go ahead. So at that point, so I also, it never started out as a business. It started, you know, as an idea I had in my head when I was 9 years old. And there were no submersible charter operations in the world at that time. So I didn't even have a model to look at in terms of knowing where it was going to lead. And when I graduated, I had the goal of, I had some money saved from a business, and I had the goal of diving it as much as I could for that summer. And if I couldn't figure out a way to make a go of it and have it be generating income, I was basically going to throw in the towel and say, well, you know, I tried for a summer and that was that. But I had it on display at a dive show called Ocean Fest, and it was there that I met a man with a resort in Roatan, which is the island where I've lived for the last 26 years, and that's how I ended up getting into the tourist submarine business. But even when I went down to Roatan, I didn't really, you know, I was only charging at first $125 a person, and I could only carry one person at a time, and it was just barely maintaining. It wasn't a very, you know, it wasn't going to provide a livelihood, but it was an exciting, interesting thing to do at the time. And then I left Roatan after 2 years of doing that and completing more than 400 dives to go into a charter for a Canadian company that was the first one to get permission from the Cuban government to look for Spanish galleons in front of Havana. And because they were a Canadian company, they had a better relationship with the Cuban government. They hired me, and it was supposed to be for 2 months, but it ended up being for 6 months. And with that sub, I surveyed the entire area in front of Havana from 130 feet to 500 feet, 2 miles to either side on 20-foot depth transects. And after that job was done, they dropped me back in the Florida Keys, and I had a decision to make. And I decided maybe I should build a bigger sub and go back to Roatan and make better business out of this. And in the effort of doing that, I drove cross country. I had never been to the West Coast before, and there's a lot of submersible expertise on the West Coast. I met with Graham Hawkes. I met with Will Cohen. I met with Doug Privet. I met with this guy, Siverts, I forget his first name, but he had a sub that was uncertified that he was doing outfall inspection for LA County for many years with, called Snooper. Saw his operation. And I stopped and saw friends and, you know, I made a big trip out of it. And in between New Orleans and New Mexico, I had nowhere really to stop, and somebody that I had had a brief encounter with on my dock years earlier, and I had mentioned that I had the idea of building another submarine one day, lived in Oklahoma. And he had told me, well, if you ever think you're really gonna build another sub, stop by, I have a machine shop, and I might help you out. And I was like, so passing between that big distance, I was like, well, I'll check this guy out. And literally showed up unannounced in Idabel, Oklahoma, looked up Buck Hill, and turns out he's the second or third largest employer in the entire county, has a very impressive facility where he makes solid rubber tires that ship around the world, some of which maybe only one would fit on the back of an 18-wheeler. And he makes them from scratch. He brings in raw, unvulcanized rubber and sheets of steel and turns out a finished product that's in demand around the world. And so he obviously had a lot of machining capabilities and contacts in the town. The first day I was there, he took me to go meet the mayor. The mayor said, this is an exciting project. What can we do to help? He took me to go meet a friend that had an airport hangar that wasn't being used, agreed to rent it to me for $100 a day. The cost of living was extremely low. There was a lake the next town over that was 200 feet deep where I could do my testing. And I was like, well, this is the perfect spot. This is where I'm gonna build my sub if I decide to do that. And I went to the West Coast, met with all those people. And so my front passenger sphere is upcycled from the same Perry submersible that is was built 1 year before I was born, the PC 1503, which is basically Antipodes and Idabel they're kind of sisters. They came from parts from the same original vessel. And I don't remember exactly how Stockton and I met, but I'm sure that was critical to how we ended up, starting to talk and like that. So basically, I holed up in this airport hangar in Oklahoma for a year and a half, literally rolled out of bed in the morning and got to work on this sub. Didn't really have any distractions. I only left the state, I think, once in the year and a half. And after a couple test dives in the lake, shipped it down to Roatan and have been That was 21 years ago. Since then, I've done in this vehicle over 1,840 dives.
So I'm going to ask the recorder to pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 084 TAC 1, which is a series of images and specifications for the vessels that you have been involved with, sir. And I just want to look at the top image on the first page, and I believe that's the first vessel that you were involved with.
Yeah, so the first one there is Seabug, and that stands for Controlled by Buoyancy Underwater Glider. And part of my design criteria were keeping it as lightweight as possible. So this, I kept track of every dollar that I spent on that sub. I had that thing operational for right at $20,000, which with inflation, probably you're talking double or triple at least now. But right off the bat, when I got the ABS book, so I mean, I did my due diligence and looked at the rules and looked at all the other vehicles and studied how to do it properly from a mechanical standpoint, obviously. Certification was not an option for me straight off the bat for two main reasons. One, this vehicle is incredibly small. It only displaces 2,300 pounds, which is similar to displacement of one-person articulated diving suits. The hatch was only 18 inches in diameter, and the main body is 24 inches in diameter. There's an ABS rule that your hatch has to have 3 feet of freeboard.
Can I ask you to use the laser pointer to, you're talking about different components, so maybe over on this screen here.
So that's the hatch, and these are the wings, and the passenger would get, only the middle tower opened, and the passenger would get in first, lie down, get into the back, and then I would get in and seal the hatch. And that accomplished a couple things. One, you had one less sealing surface to worry about, and you didn't have to worry about your passengers if they sealed the hatch or not. And two, it kept the hatch opening in the center of the entire vehicle, and the wings actually made it very stable, and I was able to safely get people in and out of there in even 6-foot seas.
Ballast is important to submersible operations. Can you use the pointer and point to where the ballast systems are?
So this vehicle had 6 ballast tanks. Each one of these covers is one. And you were able to control your pitch, roll, and overall buoyancy all independently using different valves inside, and that's where you got the gliding. And I would note that this is also the world's first gliding submersible ever made, and both Graham Hawkes and Phil Newton after this had gliding submersibles, and even DARPA now recently came out with a large manta ray looking gliding unmanned vehicle.
And later on, we'll talk about Mr. Hawks, but you know his professional affiliation, what company?
I know that he was originally supposed to be a third partner, and him and Stockton basically had a falling out over how much he was going to get paid. But he unquestionably has the most experience making composite pressure vessels for human occupancy, and that was obviously a huge error in judgment.
Composite vessels for human occupancy, are you talking about carbon fiber and other non-traditional construction materials such as titanium and steel?
Composite would refer, glass reinforced fiber, fiberglass, carbon fiber. As we've heard, there were diving suits that had fiberglass components, and Roy Thomas spoke about vehicles that have been classified in other countries that have had composite construction for components.
And then you mentioned the articulated diving suit, one-person diving suit. Are you talking about where the wearer gets into a large structure that has joints where they can move? It's not a traditional wetsuit or anything like that, is it?
Yeah, they're one atmosphere. I mean, they're essentially one-person submersibles that you almost wear. But from a design perspective, they basically are submersibles.
So if you'll scroll down, Lieutenant Steele, in the bottom, we see another submersible. What are we looking at here?
This is the vehicle I operate now. She's named Idabel after the town in Oklahoma. And it has the large forward sphere is the one that came out of the Pisces sub, which held the compressed gas for the divers to lock out on. And it's made out of HY100, which is one of the approved steels. Actually, the U.S. Navy was making their own submarines out of that steel. They developed that steel for U.S. Navy submarines. And the two spheres in the back are 516 grade 70, which is your most common pressure vessel steel. And they're nowhere near as strong as the HY100, but you can't really even, people aren't even manufacturing HY100 anymore in this country. So the passengers are in the front compartment looking out of the big window, and I'm standing up behind them. So the passengers, they have the best view and they can see up better than I can, but I have complete situational awareness, which, many times there's been an animal 50 feet. I also have 11 lights on the sub, and where I'm diving, the water is incredibly clear. I routinely see the surface from 500 or 600 feet. So, I sometimes spot animals 100, 200 feet away and am able to then drive the vehicle and show the customers that.
So if you would take the laser pointer and point to the forward passenger observation dome.
There.
Yes, what is that fabricated from?
That's cast acrylic. At any given time, there's only 2 or 3 companies in the world that make those, and that is a spare for the Beaver submersible, which I also went to go see. That's now in a museum in the Panhandle of Florida, and I tracked that window down through Andres Galern that had international underwater contractors in a warehouse in New York and got it for a couple $1,000s because they were never going to use it. And actually between the front sphere and that window and the amount of water that I have to launch in at the end of this dock, those were some of my defining design criteria.
And when you track down that sphere, that dome, did it come with certification as to its depth rating capacity?
It was originally certified. So the thing with those windows is the semi-spherical windows basically expire after 20 years from the date of being manufactured. And the number one thing that breaks down a window like that is UV radiation. And I feel very comfortable using that window because it was literally in the box that it was originally shipped in, and it receives, the only UV radiation it receives is when I'm driving in and out for 10 minutes, because as soon as I come to the dock, not only is my dock covered with a roof, but I've made a custom fiberglass cover that slips over that and no sunlight touches it.
If we could go to the next page in the lower left corner, there are some, these are publicly available specifications for your vessel. And down in the lower left, it talks about safety features. You'll see them on the screen, sir. Can you
Yeah,
see them?
I can read them better here.
Okay. Could you talk about the safety features?
So, in terms of methods to achieve positive buoyancy, my sub would have the exact same things that Patrick Leahy was talking about the other day. Like both Idabel and a Trident sub have 2 ballast compartments, independent high-pressure air sources, and, and a drop weight, and the ability to power themselves to the surface using the motors. And in addition to that, well, one thing my sub has actually that most subs don't have is the fully redundant propulsion systems, because something that's fairly unique about my operation is I don't use a surface boat of any kind for support, but the downside of that is that if I had, say, a motor fail and the wind was blowing me towards the reef, potentially I could get washed up on the reef before a boat that I would call for assistance could tow me back in. And so because of that, I have 4 motors for main propulsion with separate battery banks and completely independent wiring so that any component can fail and I can still come in on my own power.
So I've looked at a nautical chart of where you operate. So from your dock to get out to deep water where you conduct the majority of your dives, how far is that in terms of time that you're underway to get there?
It's, well, distance-wise, it's 800 to 1,000 feet, and time, depending on the sea state, 8 to 12 minutes.
You can take that down. Thank you, Lieutenant. So some general questions about your experience as a submersible operator and pilot. So are you aware of any formal training available for submersible pilots?
It seems to be mostly by the manufacturers. I know that Trident has like an in-house simulator. I actually recently, well, last year, I was in Curacao and I went down in both of the subs they had there, and I was actually on a training dive with somebody that was paying for one of their courses. So yes, I'm aware.
Do you know if the formal training for submersible pilots offers, at the completion of the training, certification, like a certificate saying that you've completed that training?
In the case of Curasub, yes, in where U-Boat works, I would imagine Trident gives you a certificate.
So you mentioned the hull portion of the Idabel that carries your passenger. Can you talk about the area where you as the operator sits, and is that a separate pressure vessel?
No, it's all connected. It's 3 spheres, and the best way to think of it is kind of like a snowman sitting down. There's a small, medium, and large, and it makes an L. And I'm actually standing in the rear, and I have a little board that I can pop out and I lean against, but it's better to be able to keep turning around and have situational awareness.
And are all those spheres made of the same material?
No, the front one is the HY100, and the 2 in the rear are the 516 grade 70. And then there's a forged ring connecting the 2 largest spheres that's 4 inches by 4 inches, weighs about 400 pounds, and has a 24-inch opening.
So you talked about the number of test dives. Were any material testing, was any material testing done on the hulls after they were assembled?
Well, I've personally taken the sub down 2,660 feet. which is plus 33, plus 0.33. ABS standards is 0.25, and the deepest dive I offer tourists is 2,000.
So there was no unmanned pressure testing conducted?
I didn't have the budget for that. And it would have also been, at this point, you know, I would have to ship it all the way back to Maryland,
And that would be the Deep Ocean Test Facility?
correct?
So in general, would you describe the Ida Bell as a commercial vessel?
Yes.
And then what do you call the people that go on your excursions on the Ida Bell?
Passengers. I would also note, I've had a lot of scientists. There's no question I've done real science. I've had a fish named after Ida Bell that I discovered a new species of fish. I've had the curator of mollusks from the Natural History Museum do multiple dives with me, specialists in deep sea coral, many papers published, worked in conjunction with Schmidt Ocean Institute, and I don't give away dives to scientists. They're customers like everybody else. I mean, I'm providing a service and that really has been the way that submersibles have operated. It's only recently that now that these submersibles are mostly being operated by billionaires on their yachts, that the billionaires are courting scientists, and which has actually devastated funding for other subs that relied on scientists' money that were, for example, the Hawaiian Undersea Research Lab or the Johnson Sea Links, because when you have a billionaire saying, hey, come on my yacht, my chef's gonna cook you food, you have a private cabin and a hot tub because they want the tax breaks. You could have a 500-foot yacht, and if you have a scientist on board that published a paper, now all of a sudden everything was a tax write-off. So to some extent, Stockton was really just looking around and seeing what other people were doing and playing the game. But I mean, obviously, the way he said a mission, you know, I don't agree with the terminology mission specialist, but by giving scientists dive time, this is something that's being done across the industry now, which is a relatively new phenomenon. But it's not something that I do. I charge scientists.
And you mentioned you don't agree with the term mission specialist. Why not?
I mean, it's clearly a dodge of trying to get around US regulations with passengers. I think Guillermo's testimony made that perfectly clear.
Do passengers on the Ida Bell, do they sign waivers?
No.
Why is that?
I would use the cliche of we're all in the same boat together, and I feel extremely safe going in my vessel. B, the scenario where they would be injured or perish and I wouldn't is even more of an outlier, and I honestly don't see it as a good use of my time.
So does the government of Honduras offer registration or flagging of a vessel such as the Ida Bell?
Yeah, my subs have always been registered in Honduras. I would also note that I've had 2 Honduran presidents down in my subs, well, in Ida Bell, as VIPs, as well as a vice president. There was one dive I had the acting president, and he wanted to bring his bodyguard, and then the vice president spoke up, and I ended up taking, you know, first and second in chain of command on one dive.
Did you charge those government officials?
I didn't charge them.
So at any time, does the government of Honduras inspect the Ida Bell?
They have inspected it.
And do they use any kind of inspection standards? In other words, at one time you mentioned your first vessel, it was a certain length, so it would be classed in a certain unmotorized I'm paraphrasing, you said a canoe.
They're mostly concerned with overall size and tonnage. That's what kind of motors, how powerful they are. Basic information. I mean, I think it's important to keep in mind that the majority of the world's countries have never had a submersible operate from them, maybe visit them on a boat, but to be based out of. I mean, south of the United States, in the entire Western Hemisphere, there's my operation, the 2 subs in Curacao, and there was one in Costa Rica, which is no longer operating, and there's one that the Argentina Coast Guard has. That's it for the whole rest of the Western Hemisphere. So it's not really a major concern for most of the countries.
So what's the inspection interval by Honduran government officials? Is it annual or?
It's, you know, I have to renew my registration every year, sometimes 2 years. It's actually sporadic.
So it's not on a fixed schedule?
I would say a lot of government functions in Honduras are a bit sporadic.
So has the government in Honduras or any other government asked you to participate in like drills or exercises that would be, so that those forces could assist you if you had a dive emergency at depth?
No, but they have asked me to, and I have participated in helping them look for missing persons. And I actually retrieved a missing person. That wasn't at the government's request, but the widow's request, and found her dead husband and brought him back up.
So if you did get in distress in the submersible, where would be the nearest, and I'm talking about at a considerable depth, where is the nearest rescue rescue asset, such as another submersible or ROV?
More than 72 hours.
So now I want to turn your attention to your experience with OceanGate. So in general, could you just talk about your experience and your interaction with OceanGate since you became aware of the company and when that was, and just give us this, you know, general overview?
So I was looking back through all my emails, and my relationship with Stockton goes back at least 10, possibly up to 15 years. Definitely Pete Hoffman, that he's basically the one that parted out the Perry 1503 and built Antipodes in his garage. He was a close friend of mine. He came down to Honduras and took a dive with me. I think it was the last sub dive he ever did, and he was probably instrumental in connecting Stockton and I. But I think we also saw each other regularly at the meetings in New Orleans, underwater intervention that Will Cohen chairs. That's really been the only and the largest gathering of industry professionals that I've been going to for years. And you know, I went out to Washington. I saw Antipodes. I did a dive in Antipodes with Stockton in Puget Sound. And when I learned that he was making a carbon fiber sub, I was excited about it. I thought that, you know, that it was there. People have been, even the Navy, actually mostly the Navy, has been making tests and publishing papers on the possibility of composite pressure vessels for decades, maybe even 40, 50 years. And composite technology has gotten a lot better in 40 or 50 years. And even back then, the test results they were getting were in very encouraging with basically rudimentary fiberglass. And so when I heard he was doing something out of carbon fiber, I told him, you know, I want to be a part of that. I saw that as an opportunity to dive deeper than I probably would have ever gotten to dive again. And I went out to Washington and I gave him a week of free labor working on the first version of the launch and recovery vehicle. Well, not free. It was with the understanding that one day, somewhere, when the carbon fiber vehicle was done, that I was going to get a ride, which is basically what happened.
And then what happened in your relationship with OceanGate?
Well, you know, so, I mean, I basically just got an email from him out of the blue saying, this is your chance, come to the Bahamas, and I did. And we dove to over 12,000 feet, and there were around 30 people there. Renata was there. There were a lot of other mission specialists in waiting that were clearly eager to go, and they were basically, you know, I was there about a week, and we had this whole small resort rented out in Marsh Harbor. Stockton and I were staying in the same house so they had the whole resort filled up, and then they had a bunch of extra houses that rented out. And actually, I slept outside in a hammock, but you know, we would have meals together, and when we went out, it was Stockton, myself, not sure how to say his name, but he was in his early 20s, and he was a sonar technician for a third-party supplier, I believe, and his duty was something like calibrating the sonar. And then it was a friend of Stockton from childhood who was, I believe, the COO on the company, and he told us to be prepared for noises, and he had recently done the solo dive on his own, and basically just said, you know, this is going to make noise, and brace yourselves. And do you guys have the acoustic emissions real-time monitoring graph for that dive? Has that surfaced at all?
Excuse me, so can we just specify the time frame at all of what we're discussing?
April
Yes.
of 2018,
That was the first Titan hull.
the first hull, yeah.
I don't believe we have that as an exhibit, sir. The acoustics for that hull.
Yeah. I would be very curious to see that if you ever come across it in your investigation. But
April of 2018?
I believe so.
2019.
Well, I mean, we need to figure that out, right?
Right. Could that have been April 2019, sir?
What's the page one? Yeah, I'm sorry, 2019. You're right.
So if you would continue, now
Yeah.
you were just speaking about the sonar tech and those test dives. So
Yeah.
continue, please.
So there were 4 of us in there, and in retrospect, there were a lot of red flags that now, after the implosion and learning more and putting different pieces of the puzzle together, start making sense and are kind of clues. But, so there are 4 of us in there. Obviously, there could have been 5. There are many people back on shore that would have eagerly, you know, he would have been appeasing customers waiting to go, filling that 5th seat. But there was only the 4 of us. And it made a lot of noise. And when we got down there, and another clue in retrospect is we didn't tow out. It's a fairly gentle sloping bottom. We had to go much farther offshore than I would need to go that deep off of Roatan. I mean, we were probably 10 or 12 miles offshore. And he chose to stop the towing a little shallow. We could have easily gone a little deeper, and that would have been a better test. But I think that was an indication of his lack of faith in that vessel. And when we got down there, he didn't do any of the driving in my recollection. He immediately, I believe I was the first one to drive, but he basically insisted, it was his idea, nobody asked to drive, had each of us drive. And I think that was his kind of sick way of, if we had imploded, we were a little bit in control of our own destiny, because when we were driving, we were needing to go towards deeper water to, I mean, the idea was really we were trying to get to the exact depth of the Titanic to confirm the hull was safe for that depth. And, you know, he knew at that point what the cross-section of the hull looked like. He knew that it had been hit by lightning. He knew that his engineer had quit, that would refuse to go in it, that the Lockridge was refusing. You know, I didn't know any of these things.
Are you basing that on testimony that you have viewed here at the,
Wired magazine articles, talking to other people involved in the, I mean, things I've learned in the last year.
Right,
OceanGate?
so I think that would be important to understand if Mr. Stanley is talking about conversations he had with Mr. Rush at the time, or if this is speaking now. There's been obviously a lot of information.
So, yeah, Mr. Stanley, just to clarify, you're making that position on
From
what you
things
think-
I've learned after the implosion. These are things that Rush never told me.
Yes, sir. And it's from social media and media reports.
And being here and talking to people directly.
Understand? Sir?
Yes, if you could just limit to your answers to the time frame before the accident occurred on June 18th, of what you knew then.
Okay. So we got down there and it's making noises that, you know, the sound of a carbon fiber band breaking when it's in a 5-inch thick matrix is a lot of energy being released. And we were all clearly a little disnerved, but he had warned us, and I think nobody wanted to be the one to, you know, say they wanted to go up first. But I remember that at one point when I was driving, the bottom was a very gentle slope, and you didn't have a compass in front of you. The compass was on the screen, I believe, and you were actually able to drive to deeper water, and the window was a little distorting in terms of being able to tell the slope on the bottom, but you could actually drive to deeper water by the cracking sounds would amplify when you got deeper. And at some point, I don't remember who, we were all like, well, that's probably close enough. We've been down here long enough, and we went back up. And what I wrote him in the emails, and which is even more concerning than the cracking sounds that happened on the way down or while we were at the bottom, is that there was a kind of like a grand finale of cracking sounds as we were getting close to the surface, which I'm not a carbon fiber expert, but just thinking about it logically, the only way that you get a whole lot of more cracking when you're coming back up is that material degraded so much that it stored energy that was then released as the pressure was released. And, you know, that's what I wrote him in the email. And so I'm not allowed to talk about the 11 square feet of visible delamination that is now on the public record?
Well, we're focusing right now on what you knew up to the 18th of June, the accident day in 2023.
Okay, well, I didn't know about, all I knew at that point was what I heard. And that was enough for me to write these emails. I hadn't seen anything, I hadn't been told anything, and just off of that information, you know, how many emails back and forth over more than a year?
So you had mentioned a lightning strike. Did Mr. Rush or anybody at OceanGate prior to your dive on that Titan hull, did they tell you that there was a lightning strike in the vicinity of the Titan hull in the Bahamas?
I don't believe so. I think the first time I heard of a lightning strike was reading about it.
Do you know the damage a lightning strike will do to a vessel?
I'm sure it would be extensive, especially to a carbon fiber hull that's conductive.
If you had known that, would you have gone on the test dive?
No. If I had known there's a lot of things that if I had known, I wouldn't have gone. People have told me that I was, you know, stupid, naive, but really what it came down to was, at that point, I had no reason to believe that Stockton was a liar, and I had no evidence of any lies on his part. And when he said that he did a proper amount of testing, and, you know, he didn't, you know, he's a trained engineer, he's not an idiot, he's got this whole organization behind him. It didn't, a lot of the things I've learned in the last 18 months or whatever have been very shocking.
So you mentioned the sound of carbon fiber snapping or breaking in a 5-inch thick carbon fiber hull. How do you know what that sound sounds like?
Because I was there and I heard it.
Well, I mean, how did you identify that it was the sound of carbon fibers snapping?
You could even localize where it was coming from. We were hearing it so often that the first couple times it was, you know, disnerving. And then when it kept happening, I remember I was the one that was able to isolate the area where it was coming from and told them, this is the area, and was listening right there. It's also a clue to me about Stockton's psychology in terms of, I mean, I tested both my vehicles myself, solo. I've heard things underwater, but to be 2 miles underwater by yourself in something that you know your engineer wouldn't go in, you know was hit by lightning, and you've seen a cross-section of that hull, he was scared, because if he wasn't scared, he would have already isolated where the noises were coming from on his first dive. When I isolated the area, that was new information to him. But he was down there by himself, scared, and he kept going. That, to me, is not somebody with a, you know, I have a high tolerance to risk. I've done a lot of adrenaline-seeking activities, but that's, I don't believe, normal behavior.
So after that dive that you were on, where you heard those sounds, we've heard testimony in here that some acoustic sounds heard inside the submarine by the real-time monitoring system, which is an acoustic emission, right? Could be the frame shifting as opposed to the hull. So after you came up from the dive, did you partake in any meeting where the results of the real-time monitoring acoustic sensors were examined by the group and tried to isolate where the sound occurred?
I personally never saw any data from the real-time monitoring system. I didn't see the screen. I actually thought perhaps the whole system was a bit of a sham until the last couple days' testimony. That information was not shared with me. He didn't think much of he didn't have me sign a waiver, and he never gave me a spiel about how everything's transparent and please ask any questions. It was just like, you're here, let's go.
And did you understand that that hull, which we've used different terms for, we've used the term prototype and so forth, that hull, if it completed successful testing in the Bahamas, was intended to go out on a Titanic expedition following the completion of those tests in the Bahamas?
Yeah, I mean, that's why all those mission specialists were there. They were jonesing to go. He had everything lined up. And I mean, that's relayed in my emails, trying to tell him that there was no... I remember conversations with him too around that time in the Bahamas in person, where I was still giving him the benefit of the doubt of, okay, maybe you've done enough testing and you know it makes so much noise and nobody's gonna die. I kept trying to tell him, you do not have a marketable product. You are gonna get out there, and if you have 4 people plus yourself in there and it's making things anything like what we heard, one of those people is gonna say, hell no, I wanna go back to the surface. So, and how's that a good business model? Like now, you know? And then I also, things were not working on the sub properly on our dive. There was something wrong with the drop weights. There were issues we had plenty of issues. And, you know, any new vehicle is gonna have issues. And the more unique and one-off it is, and the more things that you're doing that haven't been done before, the more issues you're gonna have. Everything about this vehicle hadn't been done before. I mean, all the systems. He hated buying something off the shelf if he thought he could rig it together himself. And I also was making the point to him from a businessman perspective, like, what's your refund policy gonna be? Like, I mean, to me, it's very cut and dry. In my operation, you know, if I have to end a dive early, I tell my customers, I'm like, do you want the good news or the bad news? Which is basically like, we're gonna have to go up and the dive's ending short, but it was free. Like, I could not have the reviews I have on TripAdvisor with his kind of business philosophy of, well, you'll get a credit for next year. Like, what the hell is that? And so it was obvious that he wasn't even gonna have a 50% rate of dives without major issues. So when you're charging people 6 figures, how are you, just from a business perspective, the whole thing seemed completely premature.
So I wanted,
One moment, please, Mr. Fawcett. OceanGate, do you have a comment?
That's why I'm just not sure what the question was, actually.
Mr. Fawcett, what,
yes, it was, were you aware that the Titan submersible, if it successfully passed its testing regime in the Bahamas, if it was going out on the Titanic mission that year, once those tests were complete?
Yeah, and so that was my answer. I mean, this was a main point of contention and argument that I had with Stockton in person in the Bahamas, was from a business perspective, how are you going to keep delivering a partial product to a customer and you're in the middle of the ocean and, you know, you've already basically spent Doesn't cost him any less if he has to end a dive early. He should really get everything figured out ahead of time and then take it out there.
So the first test dive in the Bahamas was only Mr. Rush.
I believe, so. I wasn't there for that, but that's what I believe.
The second one is the dive you participated in.
I believe so.
When did you leave the Bahamas? Were you there for the completion of the test dives?
I'd have to look at my, I think I was there about a week.
Excuse me, Mr. Fawcett, is there a basis for saying that was the second dive? We can't actually look at the log. Or if Mr. Stanley knows if he was there for the entirety of the time that the Titan was in the Bahamas and knows which number dive his was?
Do you recall if you were on the second dive of the test hull of the Titan?
I believe that the dive previous to the one I was on was the one that Stockton did by himself.
Thank you. So Exhibit 85 are extracted emails between yourself and Mr. Stockton Rush. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
And we're looking at the year 2019, and the first email, I'd like you to take a moment, and Lieutenant Steele will pull up the first page just for a general overview, but you've been provided the exhibit. If you'll take a minute, you sent an email on April 18th, 2019, I believe, to Mr. Rush. Can you characterize generally the contents of that email and what your concerns were?
Do you have that exhibit, OceanGate?
It's the one that's right there.
Yes, the first email. And,
Yes.
but we are not, just to clarify, we're not using the exhibit, just Mr. Stanley's characterization of what he said?
No.
Okay, we are, okay.
I'm asking him in the interest of time to characterize the contents of the email.
Could we take a 10-minute break?
Yes. The hearing will recess and reconvene at 1:50. This hearing is now back in session. Mr. Fawcett, please continue.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to draw your attention back to Exhibit 084, and there are certain passages I will ask you about. There was, the first email is April 18, 2023, and you say, and you could pull that up, Lieutenant,
Objection 2019, I believe.
2019, pardon me. Thank you. The quality of work I did for you in Washington was excellent, and you enjoyed reading my exchange with Bruce Jones. And what was the work you conducted for Mr. Rush in Washington?
That was working on the first launch platform,
And then Bruce,
LRT, or, yeah.
so you're talking about the launch, the first launch platform, which would have been used for which submersible?
Probably Cyclops 1.
And then Mr. Jones?
That was a former partner at Trident.
And then reading down into that email, it would be, it's highlighted there, that portion. You say the sounds we observed yesterday do not seem consistent with glue joints breaking, air cavities breaking, or random weak fiber breaking. What we heard, in my opinion, and I think after the discussion Joel and I had last night, I can say he shares this opinion, sounded like a flaw, defect in one area being acted on by the tremendous pressures and being crushed, damaged. From the intensity of the sound, the fact that they were never totally stopped at depth, and the fact that there were sounds at about 300 feet that indicated a relaxing of stored energy, would indicate there is an area of the hull that is breaking down, getting spongy. So you had mentioned you had thought you had identified a specific area of the hull where the sounds emanated from. Is that what you're speaking about here?
Correct.
And what area of the hull would that be?
I remember it being low and towards the flange.
And is the flange where the carbon fiber hull is mated to the titanium rings?
Yes.
At the time you made your dive, what was the interior of the submarine? Was there a liner that prevented a person?
There was. You couldn't see the hull directly.
Was it the forward dome, the forward being where the observation port was, or was it the after dome?
I think towards the observation dome, but I can't remember. I can't remember for sure.
So Mr. Rush replied to you, and that would be on May 23rd, 2019, and we've highlighted that.
Yeah. We had discussions after in person. When I,
Hang on just one second. Can you scroll down to, it starts, yes, we are shooting for, it's up on the screen now, sir.
okay.
So he says, yes, we are shooting for a few more, as many as 4,000, I'm assuming that means dives, to get added acoustic data and operational experience, especially charging at sea and back to daily dives.
Objection, Mr. Fawcett, is this email a response to the other one? Because it seems just the first phrase we just read seems like an answer to a question that was not, yes, we're shooting. I know these are excerpts, but it's not clear to me that this is a continuous conversation. So I just want to make that clear.
Do you know if you received emails between the email we just discussed in April and this date?
This is the complete email chain, but I don't know what day I left the Bahamas, but I know I was still in the Bahamas, staying in the same house when he got the first email from me. And I remember there being like a large meeting with maybe 20 people. And when there was a chance, he kind of signaled to me that we were going to talk privately about what I had emailed. We had conversations about the content of the first email before he gave me this written response.
So this is your first written response to your original email?
Correct.
Our analysis of the past dive shows a definite reduction in acoustic events, but only having data from 2 full operating dives, does not make for much of a validating trend. Did that response related to your experience as a submersible pilot and your experience on a dive concern you?
I mean, obviously, I was very much concerned that I kept sending him emails for over a year. And I didn't even know a fraction of what we know now.
Objection, when we're saying over a year, I believe these emails are a month apart. Is there a different set of emails we're talking about that's over a course of 1 year?
There are 8 pages of them.
Yeah, they're all from May through June 2019, at least every single one in this exhibit.
Oh. Okay.
Okay,
So
so
just to
we'll scope-
clarify, these emails are from between the dates of April and June of 2019, not over the course of the year, unless there are additional emails that we do not have here.
My bad. I still thought 2018 for some reason.
Okay, so for the record, we have about 3 months of email exchange.
Correct. That's all we have, sir. And they're here in this exhibit, redacted.
Okay, so Mr. Stanley, can you keep the testimony, at least when we're directly quoting the emails to this
Okay.
series? Thank you, sir.
So on May 27, 2019, you sent an email to Mr. Rush, and if you'll scroll down. So you said your last email, and you talked about some different, the Smithsonian article and OceanGate latest press release has given me plenty to think about. A few thoughts I wanted to share with you. So the first thought, paragraph A, was 2 to 7 dives to operating depth are too few to launch an expedition selling 6-figure tickets in the middle of the ocean. I think 50 is good at, and what would that symbol represent?
A good number.
So how many dives I had in Seabug before taking customers? And it's the,
Number of skydives.
you need for a B license, which allows you to go out at night, land on water, try a wingsuit, et cetera. The second bullet, Bravo thinks, I think the hull has a defect near the flange that will only get worse. The only question in my mind is if it will fail catastrophically. Were you aware that carbon fiber, when it did fail, would fail catastrophically as opposed to just a gradual weakening of the carbon fiber hull?
I don't know that enough, even in the hull that failed, from all the acoustic emission charts we have seen, it did give him warning. He was just ignoring the warnings. So
So-
I would argue it wasn't obviously it was a catastrophic failure, but it's not like glass. It gave him warning. He just chose to ignore it.
But I'm speaking of at the time that you wrote this, did you understand that carbon fiber could fail catastrophically?
Any failure of a pressure hull is catastrophic.
And then finally, you say in paragraph C, the fact that you indirectly told me not to speak about the noises I heard on the dive, to me says a lot. As you know, my subs have had many issues and incidents over the years. At no point did I find it necessary to tell anyone not to speak of what I saw or heard. I have told journalists openly about my most exciting subsea moments. I feel my customers make 100% informed consent, or at least have access to all the information to do so if they choose to do the research. So when you were speaking about your particular experience, what were you speaking about from your moments?
Well, I've had a very long career, over 26, 27 years, 28 years of operating submersibles with cumulatively in a few more dives, I'll be at 2,400 dives. More than half of those are to 2,000 feet in the 4-hour range. I've done dives up to 24 hours, and I'm operating without surface support in a offshore, essentially, even though it's close to my, it's my front yard, but it's still the open ocean. There was one time with the, you want me to list the incidents I've had?
Well, give me an example, if you would.
One time, so Seabug, I had to get towed in and out because the motors were only added after the fact and they were right on the water lines, so they didn't give you enough power. They sucked a lot of air, they cavitated, and you had to get towed in and out. And there was one time the boat that towed me out, where I'm operating, as you saw the charts, it's an immediate drop off. It's on the edge of the Cayman Trench. And my passenger took essentially too long to get in, and the wind was blowing us towards the reef. And by the time we were both in and I sealed the hatch and I descended, it was already too shallow and I had to surface. The boat had already left and there were probably 4 or 5 foot waves, and the vehicle got washed up on the shore, which where I live is ancient coral, iron shore. And nobody was injured. One of the drop weights on the bottom of the sub was ripped off, and my passenger and I actually carried it together back to the resort I was operating out of at the time, and I had to do repairs on the sub.
Did you tell the passenger not to speak about that incident?
No,
And have you spoken about that incident prior to June 18th, 2023, to Mr. Rush or anybody else?
there was a resort full of people. It wasn't being tried to keep any kind of secret, but I'm not, if anything, I'm too candid with journalists. I mean, I've talked about any kind of incidents I've had in a whole bunch of different magazine articles and things over the years. It's all a matter of public record.
And would that have been before the June 18th, 2023?
Yeah.
So you sent an email to Mr. Rush, which is the next page, on June 2nd, 2019. The highlighted portion, throughout these hearings, we've talked about the experimental nature of the Titan. There's been testimony about the fact that it was experimental. So in this, he's giving you an example. The more relevant example would be the FAA requires only 25 hours of flight testing before passengers are taken in an experimental aircraft. Only one of these flights needs to be to a maximum dynamic pressure, the aviation equivalent of, I'm assuming that's maximum operating depth, but I'm not sure.
I would assume so.
The required hours can be logged in 10 flights or fewer, and this holds true for my composite airplane and others that use novel structures, material, and configurations. So my following questions relate to the term experimental and your knowledge of experimental, because you're engaging in this give and take. So the Federal Aviation Administration is the government agency that oversees flight aviation. And in the case of the Coast Guard, we oversee the maritime transportation system. So the FAA, under U.S. Code CFR 14 CFR 91.319, says that aircraft having experimental certificates operating limitations. The purpose. Experimental aircraft can only be used for the purpose for which they were issued, such as education and personal use. Were you aware of that?
I have not been involved in small aircraft that much. I have not been involved in small aircraft that much. my experience was getting my B license skydiving, and that's what I was comparing his operating experience to, and I compared it to how much experience I felt personally was required to be comfortable with taking passengers with both of my vehicles. I would also note that I was in a meeting, I don't recall if Rush was there or not, but it was in the meeting in New Orleans of the underwater intervention. And there was basically a special meeting because of what OceanGate was doing. And they were looking for some way, discussing some way to try to stop them. And I remember it was only Graham Hawks was there and myself, and we're the only ones that were kind of sticking up for OceanGate in any way. And I said, maybe since we all understand carbon fiber would be exceedingly an expensive, lengthy, basically almost impossible process for a non-state actor to accomplish. For example, the book that's been referenced multiple times, first by Neeson, Jerry Statue's book on acrylics. It's like this thick. At the time, acrylic was a brand new material, and everybody realized it was going to be a valuable thing for viewports, but they needed to figure out what the rules would be. The Navy paid one person to essentially dedicate their life to figuring that out. And acrylic's a fairly easy material to work with. It's homogeneous as a material. It doesn't have hidden pockets or anything like how composites can have. So the amount of research and development that would really have to go into making a carbon fiber submersible that could be used and certified to those depths, you're talking tens of millions of dollars in a decade or two at least of somebody's life.
Let me stop you there because I was talking about the term experimental for aviation as a comparison to the marine model. So, for clarification, that meeting in New Orleans of the industry experts, do you recall what year that was?
No. But the point I was trying to make with that is I proposed in that room, maybe we can all just agree to insist that he at least gets 50 dives under his belt, and that's going to mitigate a lot of this risk. And Graham Hawks was like, yes, I think that's a good number, because he's also had issues getting composite vehicles. He ended up finally getting them certified, I believe, but it was a lengthy process and only for about if he had done just 50 dives to operating depth, none of this would have happened.
So that meeting that was part of the New Orleans conference, was that on the printed agenda so I could research that meeting and see that that meeting was part of that conference or symposium?
Most likely, yes. Will Cohen would have been the organizer, and he's testifying tomorrow. He would probably know.
So under the same discussion of experimental for the Federal Aviation Administration's rules, they say compensation. Did you know that the experimental aircraft cannot be used to carry people or property for compensation or hire?
That sounds vaguely familiar, but again, I'm not that familiar with experimental aircraft.
It further states it must be inspected by a certified repairman designated for light sport aircraft with a maintenance rating. Would you know that?
I've never heard that, but that sounds like a good rule.
Objection. Does Mr. Stanley have any basis to answer these questions?
Yeah, Mr. Fawcett, he already said that he's not familiar with the experimental aircraft rules.
So moving on, later in your email, you respond to Mr. Rush's comments regarding the FAA experimental aircraft, and you say on June 2nd,
I would just like to note that even his own cited numbers for experimental aircraft numbers in terms of hours or, he wasn't even meeting those.
But Mr. Stanley, I thought you said you weren't familiar with the
Well, from
experimental
what
aircraft.
Stockton said in his email.
Okay.
His own criteria that he picked, he didn't even meet.
Then the basis for saying that is,
Are you saying he provided a number that was not met in his own
It
email?
was in the last slide. 25 hours of flight. He didn't have 25 hours in Titan before he was willing to take passengers.
and
I
what
don't
is
know
the
how-
basis for that
Yes,
statement?
sir, I don't know that you can say that.
Okay.
Did you have any subsequent conversations with Mr. Rush or anyone at OceanGate after this email chain regarding the safety of operations at OceanGate for Titan, excuse me?
In terms of the ideas expressed in the emails, I didn't feel it was my business to kind of undermine his standing within the company. I did have some brief conversation with the fourth passenger, his friend, and he was visibly shaken after that dive, and to my recollection, left the, basically quit within a few days after that.
And who is that?
I said his name before, it's escaping me right now.
So in the June 3rd, in,
Objection, Mr. Fawcett, before we move off, we're moving off these emails, I just wanted to clarify that this is not a complete chain, and in fact, there was an email from Mr. Rush to Mr. Stanley, to which that May 23rd email was a response to. I don't know where, but these are, just for the record, this is not a complete email exchange, and we can provide the complete email exchange that includes emails that were omitted from these excerpts.
Okay, thank you, OceanGate. If you can find the additional emails, we will redo the exhibit and add those redacted versions.
Thank you.
yes, we weren't aware of that, sir. In,
Well, wouldn't I be the one to have those emails?
That was going to be my question,
So what makes you think that they're missing emails here?
because we have the full email chain and they're missing emails there.
How do you know an email's missing?
1 second, please. I
Oh.
think that OceanGate, you have the other side of the email chain.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, if you would just provide those to the board, we will make that the exhibit.
We will.
so on June 3rd of 2019, it's the last 2 pages of the email chain that we do have as the Exhibit 85. You sent an email to Mr. Rush.
Is page what, out of 8?
It's the second to the last page.
Okay.
Where it says, we're scrolling down to it. Scroll down to the next highlighted section, please. Yeah, so it starts, your statement that you will not take non-essential crew, clients, media, or clients or media in the sub until you're confident the hull is safe, to me is sort of a red flag. The definition of safe is free from risk, and then you have a link there to what appears to be a dictionary. Obviously, and as evidenced by your waiver, the endeavor you wish to undertake is full of risk. What we are talking about here is the risk management and what is an acceptable level of risk. So you included that in your response, and you felt, am I correct, that the idea that that there was a confidence in the submersible, that it was safe, because ultimately he did take personnel into it.
Mm-hmm.
So you were saying that based on your knowledge of what risk was, as you define here, that the submarine was not safe?
Objection. Could we just ask,
I think we
rephrase the
need to
question?
rephrase that question. Sir, what did you mean by that?
I mean, I was
statement?
advising him to gain more experience to mitigate risk.
Thank you. I'm getting to my final questions here. So how did you become aware of the accident? Now we're talking about the accident that occurred on June 18, 2023.
Yeah. I had been camping for a couple weeks off-grid in the jungle in the mainland of Honduras, and the day I got out was the day the sub went missing.
And did anyone contact you for assistance once the accident had occurred?
No, but you know, people within the community, we were all calling each other, and even without the information that James Cameron had access to with the sound, I was able to, I was 100% sure that they had imploded. I said that to a journalist actually from Harper's, but I didn't want to go on the record as such until the family found out another way. But the only way that you would lose both your tracking and communication and not be on the bottom would be an implosion.
Sir, that's my final question.
Mr. Stanley, do you want to continue or take a?
I'm good to continue.
Okay. This time, Lieutenant Commander Whalen has questions for you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. What was the testing process for the Idabel? You had mentioned you were testing it in the lake that was near Idabel.
So before, you know, you got to go back up to engineering, really, which I did myself too. First, I looked at as many. So my sub is essentially a combination of spheres and of known materials, and you're able to extrapolate from other vehicles of a similar diameter and thickness and a strength of material and get a real good idea of the strength of your individual spheres like that. Then I collaborated that data with using a program called Under Pressure from the company Deep Sea Power and Light, which made most of the lights that are on my sub. Most of the subs in the world are using their lights, and they been around forever. They know what they're doing. So they got this program, and then I made scale models, and I brought them out to California and tested them in Doug Privett's pressure chamber. I made 3 models. One of them went the equivalent of close to 4,000 feet and failed, and the 2 others went over 4,400 feet, and the pressure chamber actually started to deform, and that's where we ended the tests.
And were these 1/3 scale models a direct representation of
They
the full
weren't
scale?
1/3. They were based on 6-inch spheres. But they were, and I also made a point of using weaker steel and not taking great care in my welds so that any variable would be erring towards the side of caution.
And is that how you determine the rated depth?
Well, originally I was planning on having an operating depth of 3,000 feet, but for many years I kept it to 2,000 feet. And then as I made more money in operations, I paid an engineering firm to do finite element analysis on it, and they gave me a number of 2,700 feet. And that was actually with a film crew in their face, and they were obviously not wanting to, they were cautious because had anything gone wrong, here they are in front of a camera telling me 2,700 feet was a good depth to take this to. And then I had an engineer working for me for a couple of years, and he also ran his own finite element analysis on my hull and came up with the exact same numbers. And so I take 2,700 feet as a safe limit. I've been to 2,660. I've slept at 2,500 feet numerous times, and I don't take my passengers below 2,000.
And the materials that you used for the Idabel, were they approved materials within the ABS class standards?
Yes.
At the dive in the Bahamas on the 17th of April, 2019, were you aware of a representative from Lloyd's Register
No.
in attendance?
I don't believe that there was one there.
Lieutenant Steele, can you please bring up exhibit number 52, which is the dive log for the Titan submersible? And if you can zoom in to include up to column 5, please. And so what we believe this represents is if you could start up at the top, please. So the first dive for the original Titan hull was conducted on or about the 6th of February in 2018 to a max depth of 3 meters. And if you could please scroll slowly through the max depths. Continue. Keep going. And so on dive 26, it's just C2_0026 on the 26th of June, 2018, was an unmanned dive to 4,000 meters. Scroll down, please. Continue.
Joel Perry, that would have been the guy's name.
Thank you. Please stop. In the far left column, C2_0039 on the 10th of December 2018 was to 3,939 meters, and that was the solo dive with Mr. Stockton Rush. And if you could please scroll to dive number 47. Stop. And this was the dive that you partook in on the 17th of April 2019 to 3,760 meters. Mr. Stanley, were you made aware that you were one of the first crew, other than Mr. Rush, to be in the submersible to a depth of over 3,000 meters?
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised to see all the dives before this. He really wasn't transparent with that kind of information. I also was extremely curious about if my theory on the hull breaking down in the one area was correct or not, and asked him specifically multiple times to share information or images of the area with the defect when I learned that he had scrapped the hull, and he told me that he had, actually I don't even think he told me, I think Mike Claudel told me. So I heard through a third source, but he wouldn't share that information with me.
You can go ahead and bring that down. And as we saw in the previous exhibit that Mr. Fawcett had up regarding your emails, at any point within those emails, were you made aware that a crack was identified in the hull according to the maintenance log, was on the 29th of May, 2019?
I learned about the crack from Wired magazine.
And was there a specific Wired magazine article that you heard from?
One of the more recent ones.
Okay, so after the...
Quite recently.
Quite recent. Is this... Had you planned any more dives or any more operations with Mr. Rush after your dive on the 17th of April 2019?
It was never discussed. I didn't really have an interest in going to the Titanic. I didn't, I feel also this exchange of emails strained our relationship from what it had been previously. We weren't, I felt like I kind of pushed things as far as I could without just him telling me to shut up and never talk to him again.
Were you ever a member of the MTS or the...
On and off, I have been, yeah.
Were you involved in the drafting of the letter?
They didn't ask me to sign it, but I was aware of it.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have for now.
Mr. Stanley, at this time, I'm going to go to the National Transportation Safety Board for questions. Mr. Muse?
Good afternoon, Mr. Stanley. Did Mr. Rush discuss at all how he was going to get Titan and the Lars to the Titanic site, like on the back of a supply boat with a ramp, or was it going to be craned overboard or towed out there?
We weren't staying in that close contact in the last couple of years. Most of the information I was getting was from Mike, who now has Antipodes, and he had been on one of the expeditions. He'd actually been bunkmates with PH on one trip, and he was staying much closer with Stockton.
But in this time frame we've been talking about, 2019, you weren't aware, or they didn't share what their plans was on?
We weren't talking like that.
Okay. And my only other question is, where is Seabug now?
I scuttled it in the middle of the bay, and it's like an artificial reef. Probably has a 6-foot green moray eel in it right now.
All right, thank you for your time today.
Mr. Stanley, just have a couple follow-ups from the initial questions. For the Ida Bell, did you ever get that classed?
No.
But you did build it to classification standards?
So, for one thing, that window would need to be replaced every 20 years, and you're talking $30,000, $40,000. So Ida Bell, I didn't keep track as carefully of every penny like I did with Seabug, but approximately, I had that diving for $100,000. I did all my own welding, the majority of my own machining, my own initial engineering, and I was sleeping either in a hammock or in my car for the year and a half when I was working on it. I was on a very tight budget. And certification, it's great if you're a billionaire or a cruise line or you're running a big ship where the cost of certification probably isn't even one tank of gas on your ocean liner. But their business model is essentially they're charging by the hour, and they let you know when they're done. They don't even quote you a price up front. And the longer the process draws out and the more complicated it is, the more money they're making. And that simply, it would have easily doubled or tripled the cost of the initial construction of Ida Bell. Yeah.
And sir, I think you mentioned that when you were aware of the letter of concern that the MTS was drafting, that you had some sympathy for the position of trying to get a new carbon fiber hull certified or,
There's a company in Rhode Island that's making pressure vessels, not for human occupancy, but for 6,000 meters, and they have it more or less worked out. And from what I've read and from talking to other people, that gentleman reached out to Stockton Rush and wanted to confer with him, and Stockton refused his advice or even opportunity of meeting with him.
Objection, what's the basis?
that wasn't really my question, sir. I was going to ask you why you felt the sympathy was it because you felt like a carbon fiber hull would take a long time to get certified correctly?
It would take a very long time.
Do you know how many years that would be or timeframe?
I would say it would be more of an effort than what the Navy did for getting acrylic windows up to, the book is that thick, and more money than Stockton had.
Are you familiar with international rules for submersibles?
No.
At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate Council for any questions.
Sure, thank you. before the dive, Mr. Stanley, that you did on the Titan, I believe we had the date of April 17th, 2019. Do you recall Mr. Rush describing that as a home-built sub to you before you came to dive on it?
I don't recall.
Okay. And which date, so your dive was on April 17th. Do you recall when you arrived and when you departed Bahamas for that?
I think I was there the better part of a week, but without searching flight records, I couldn't tell you exact dates.
Understood. And do you recall that between April 16th and April 18th, so including on the date of your dive, Mr. Nolan Thompson, a surveyor for Lloyd's Register, was present for the dives?
I don't recall meeting him.
Just give me 1 second. And the version of the Titan submersible that you dove on April 17th, do you know if that was the carbon fiber hull that was used on the Titanic expeditions?
To my knowledge, it was not.
Thank you.
Sir, just a couple more follow-up questions. You mentioned that you dove on the Antipodes in Puget Sound.
Correct?
Was there any compensation for that dive?
No.
Why do you think Mr. Rush provided that dive to you?
Fellow enthusiasts
Why, sir?
that, we both had a big interest in submersibles, and I don't remember who else was in the sub, and I mean, they probably had some kind of other mission they were doing, and I just kind of went along with it, but I don't, it was probably more than 10 years ago.
Sir, do you remember it was like a scientific mission that you were on?
I don't remember us doing any science. I remember being about 50 feet underwater and thinking we must have been hundreds because it was already so dark.
Sir, Lieutenant Commander Williams has a question for you.
Lieutenant Steele, could you bring up Exhibit 052, the maintenance log, and scroll to page 9, please? If you could scroll into the May 29th. According to the maintenance log seen here it was discovered on May 29th that a crack was seen on inside of main pressure vessel at the 0900 clock position. Lieutenant Steele, could you now bring back up Exhibit 085, which is the email conversation, and scroll to page 5? Looking at the end of the second page, and actually, could you scroll up first just a little bit so we can see the date? Mr. Stanley, we can see that it is on June 2nd that Stockton Rush sent this email to you. At the end of the second paragraph, it says, whether a localized acoustic activity we all heard is critical or merely characteristic is yet to be determined. I just wanted to confirm that there was no other communication between you and Stockton besides this email that occurred in June 2019, or these email chains.
Not that I can recall.
And so just to confirm, he never told you about the crack of the hull at this time.
I found out about the crack from Wired magazine.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Are there any other questions
Can I ask
for
just
Mr.
a
Stanley?
quick follow-up?
yes.
Mr. Stanley, do you know whether Mr. Rush knew of the crack when that email was sent? I assume not, since you learned from the Wired article, but I just wanted to confirm.
How would I know that?
Right, thank you.
So it would be possible that he was not informed.
I
in your
find that
opinion.
highly unlikely.
Understand. At this time, are there any further questions for Mr. Stanley? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Stanley, is there anything that we haven't asked you that you think would be valuable for the board to consider?
Yes. And I realize what I'm going to say kind of is, I expect objections from OceanGate's counsel, and I would wish that you would indulge me a few minutes to lay out what I think about this, seeing that OceanGate came very, very close to killing me and has had a severe impact on my business as well as an entire industry. And I think I could at least have a few minutes to spell out why I think this all happened and how it happened, because I've spent a great deal of time trying to figure that out and also researching it. And there's a lot of information online about Stockton and his family. And I
sir-
think I have a pretty good theory about how this all connects.
Well, sir, I don't want you to dig into information you may have seen on social media or online.
I mean, I'm talking about his father's obituary, things like that.
I'd rather not go into his, father's obituary. Can you condense this into a theory that you have?
So the definition of an accident is something that happened unexpectedly and by sheer chance. There was nothing unexpected about this. This was expected by everybody that had access to a little bit of information. And I think that if it wasn't an accident, it then has to be some degree of crime. And if it's a crime, I think to truly understand it, you need to understand the criminal's motive. And I think the entire reason this whole operation started was Stockton had a desire to leave his mark on history. He was living in the shadow of 250 years of historically significant figures. And his father was extremely well accomplished, Marine, big game hunter, president-elect of Bohemian Club. And the Bohemian Club plays a central role to this incident because Stockton was allowed in, but only to provide entertainment. And his ego, he needed something to go.
Sir, I just want to stop you there
Yeah.
because I feel like this is information that you've gleaned that's outside the scope of my investigation. So
It's central to understanding why.
can you limit to your theory? You believe Stockton Rush was trying to make his mark in history? Is that the basis
Exactly.
of this?
I mean, he had enough money to charter a sub and see the sub. He actually went on record in an interview and saying that the first trip to the Titanic, he didn't even bother looking out the window. This wasn't, and I don't think it was about making money the way that Guillermo said. Also, that entire business plan is completely bonkers. The industry of oil and gas and military completely moved to ROVs like the one that you released the footage retrieving the wreckage. They don't need 5-man vehicles for those kind of applications. They've got this already figured out with remotely operated vehicles. Stockton's entire business plan made 0 sense, but I think these wealthy individuals, probably from the Bohemian Club, probably on his board of directors, threw money at him, and he was painted into a corner. And I think lowering that thing on a fishing line, he was looking for an out. He probably hoped the fishing line broke. Why would you not even use a decent rope? And how do you tell all these people that invested? Guillermo gave me a number of $100 million of investment. How do you tell people their $100 million is gone and your business plan was a terrible idea and isn't working out? And I think that's why he kept diving, and he knew that eventually it was going to end like this, and he wasn't going to be held accountable, but he was going to be the most famous of all his famous relatives.
Thank you, sir. At this time, Mr. Stanley, you are released as a witness at this Marine Board investigation. Thank you for your assistance and cooperation with this investigation. If we need further information from you, we will contact you directly. And if you need further information from this board, you can contact our recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. At this time, the hearing will adjourn for the day and reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow morning.